Out here, in the cold and the quiet, our solar system keeps its deepest secrets, far beyond the familiar glow of the inner planets. The sun is a distant star, no brighter than any other, its warmth a fading memory across billions of forgotten miles of emptiness. This is the great frontier, the final boundary of our cosmic home, a place our telescopes can only barely begin to comprehend. We have mapped the planets, we have charted the asteroids, and we have built models that we believed were almost complete. But the universe has a way of reminding us that our maps are only sketches, drawn on the shore of a limitless, unknown ocean. Because something is moving in the dark, something that does not belong, following a path that our laws of physics struggle to explain. It is a whisper in the data, a gravitational anomaly, a ghost in the grand machine of our solar system's celestial dance. Scientists have pointed their instruments toward this profound enigma, hoping to find an answer that would restore their sense of order. Instead, they have found only deeper questions, and a mystery that seems to grow with every new observation that is taken. They call it many things in their technical papers, but we will call it simply the object, a name befitting its singular, baffling nature. It resides in the Kuiper Belt, a scattered disk of icy bodies left over from the formation of the solar system itself. This is a realm of cosmic fossils, frozen in time, each telling a story of our origins some 4.5 billion years ago. But the object's story does not seem to align with the others, its orbit a discordant note in an otherwise ancient, silent symphony. Most bodies in the Kuiper Belt orbit on a relatively flat plane, the ecliptic, like marbles rolling on a vast, dark table. The object, however, travels on a path that is tilted almost perpendicular to this plane, a bizarre and highly improbable trajectory. It climbs high above the plane of the solar system and then dives steeply below it, as if observing us from all angles. This radical inclination defies conventional models of planetary formation, as something so strange should have been ejected from the system long ago. And there is another, even more unsettling characteristic of its journey through the endless, silent, and unforgiving night of deep space. It appears to be moving backwards, in a retrograde motion, against the flow of every other major body in our entire solar system. Everything in our cosmic neighborhood, from Mercury to Neptune, spins and orbits in the same direction, a remnant of the primordial cloud's rotation. But the object moves against this current, a salmon swimming upstream in a river of celestial bodies, an act of cosmic defiance. To achieve such an orbit, to be so utterly unique, suggests an origin story that is violent, or perhaps something far stranger still. The simplest explanation is that it was captured from interstellar space, a lonely wanderer from another star, ensnared by our sun's gravity. Yet the mathematics of such a capture are incredibly precise, requiring a perfect angle and a perfect speed, a 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance. And even this does not fully account for its peculiar stability, for the way it seems to be locked into its impossible path. It is as if some unseen force, some hidden architecture, is holding it in place, guiding it along its solitary journey. This has led to the hypothesis of a hidden shepherd, a giant unseen planet far beyond Neptune, colloquially known as Planet 9. The theory suggests that this massive world's gravity could be responsible for the strange orbits of several distant objects, including this one. But the models do not quite fit. The object's orbit is even too strange for Planet 9 to fully explain its existence. It remains an outlier among outliers, a mystery within a mystery. A question that only leads to more profound and unsettling questions. What could place such a thing in such a perfect yet bizarre orbit at the edge of everything we know and understand? What event, what force, what intelligence could be responsible for a celestial body that seems to obey a different set of rules? The silence from the outer dark offers no easy answers, only the steady, rhythmic pulse of distant and uncaring starlight. And so we are left to wonder, to speculate, to dream about what this silent messenger could possibly be, watching from the abyss. Could it be a primordial core, the rocky heart of a giant planet that was destroyed in a cataclysmic impact eons ago? Perhaps it is a dense, metallic remnant, its parent body stripped of its ice and gas in some ancient, forgotten cosmic collision. This could explain its small size, yet its powerful and disproportionate gravitational influence on the space that immediately surrounds it. But this theory does not fully explain the backward motion, the retrograde path against the cosmic current of the solar system. So we must look to other, more exotic possibilities. Possibilities that challenge our fundamental assumptions about the cosmos around us. What if the object is not from our solar system at all, but a traveler that has journeyed for millions of years between stars? Perhaps it is the first of many such visitors we will find, a scout from the great, unexplored wilderness of the interstellar medium. Its strange orbit could be the result of a complex gravitational dance, a slingshot maneuver around a star that is long dead. As we consider these immense timescales and distances, our own existence begins to feel small, fleeting, and profoundly precious. The object is a reminder that we are inhabitants of a tiny, fragile island in a sea of cosmic uncertainty and endless possibility. It forces us to confront the unknown, not as a threat, but as an invitation to expand the boundaries of our imagination. For now, it remains a point of light, a statistical anomaly, a puzzle box waiting for a key we have not yet forged. It continues its silent, lonely patrol of the outer darkness, indifferent to our curiosity, our theories, and our growing sense of awe. Its existence is a testament to the fact that the universe is under no obligation to make sense to us or our limited perceptions. And so we let our minds drift outwards, towards that impossible orbit, towards that silent, unexplained, and deeply mysterious traveler. We allow the questions to wash over us, not seeking answers, but embracing the profound and meditative calm of the great unknown. To truly comprehend the strangeness of the object, one must first journey to the realm it inhabits, a place known as the Kuiper Belt. This is not a belt in the traditional sense, like the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, but a vast, scattered, and deeply cold donut-shaped region extending from the orbit of Neptune outwards to some 50 times the distance from the Earth to the Sun. It is a ghostly graveyard of creation populated by trillions of icy bodies, remnants from the solar system's formation that were never incorporated into planets. Here, sunlight is feeble, 1,000 times dimmer than on Earth, and temperatures plummet to hundreds of degrees below zero. The silence is absolute, a stillness that has persisted for over 4 billion years. These Trans-Neptunian objects, or TNOs, drift in slow, majestic orbits taking centuries or even millennia to complete a single circuit around our distant sun. They are the solar system's pristine fossils, holding the chemical secrets of our origins, and their collective behavior paints a picture of gravitational harmony. Yet, it is within this predictable, frozen expanse that the object performs its impossible ballet, a clear and jarring violation of the established celestial order. The anomaly of the object begins with its orbital inclination, a parameter that, in celestial mechanics, is anything but trivial. Imagine the solar system as a flat vinyl record, with the sun at the center and the planets orbiting in grooves on its surface. This flat plane is called the ecliptic. Nearly every significant body, from the mightiest gas giant to the humblest asteroid, orbits close to this plane, a shared inheritance from the spinning protoplanetary disk of gas and dust from which they were all born. Deviations are typically minor, a few degrees at most. The object, however, does not play by these rules. Its orbit is tilted at a staggering 110 degrees. This means it doesn't just wobble slightly above or below the plane, it travels almost perpendicularly to it. It soars high over the solar system's northern pole, then plunges deep beneath its southern pole on a vast, looping journey. This extreme inclination is dynamically unstable and exceptionally rare. Any object in such an orbit should have been gravitationally perturbed and ejected from the solar system billions of years ago by the shepherding influence of Neptune and Jupiter. Its continued presence is a profound statistical improbability, suggesting that our understanding of the forces that shaped this outer realm is fundamentally incomplete. Compounding the mystery of its inclination is its retrograde motion. That same primordial disk of gas and dust that decreed the flat plane of the ecliptic also imparted a common direction of movement. Everything, from the spin of the sun to the orbits of the planets and the vast majority of asteroids and comets, moves in the same prograde direction, counterclockwise, if you were to look down from above the Sun's north pole. A retrograde orbit, moving clockwise against this overwhelming cosmic tide, is a sign of a violent or external origin. It suggests an object that was not born with the family but was captured later. Halley's Comet, for instance, has a retrograde orbit, but it is a small, temporary visitor on a path that will eventually see it destroyed or flung away. The object, by contrast, is large, stable, and seemingly a permanent resident. For a body of its significant mass to be captured from interstellar space and settle into a stable retrograde orbit is an event of such low probability that it borders on the impossible. It would require a perfect, multi-body gravitational interaction, a cosmic billiard shot of unimaginable precision that leaves no other trace of its occurrence. It moves with a placid certainty that belies its chaotic origins, a ghost gliding silently against the flow of time and space. In the search for an explanation, astronomers naturally turned to the leading paradigm for anomalies in the outer solar system, the Planet 9 hypothesis. This elegant theory posits the existence of a massive, undiscovered planet, perhaps 10 times the mass of Earth, orbiting in the distant darkness, hundreds of times farther from the Sun than we are. The gravitational influence of this hypothetical world could explain a curious clustering observed in the orbits of several other distant TNOs. These smaller bodies all seem to have their orbits pointing in the same direction, as if they are being herded by the gravity of an unseen shepherd. It was hoped that Planet 9's gravitational pull could also account for the object's bizarre trajectory, perhaps by flinging it into its highly inclined retrograde path during a past encounter. However, when the complex models were run, the numbers did not align. The gravitational influence of Planet 9, as currently theorized, is not sufficient to capture and maintain a body like the object in its specific, stable orbit. In fact, most simulations suggest Planet 9 would be more likely to eject such an anomaly rather than domesticate it. The object thus becomes an exception to the exception, a riddle that the best solution to other riddles cannot solve. It stands apart, demanding an explanation that may lie beyond the comfortable confines of our current solar system map. With the Planet 9 hypothesis failing to provide a satisfactory answer, cosmologists are forced to consider more exotic, albeit plausible, origins. One leading idea is that the object is an interstellar interloper, a rogue world captured from the galactic void. Our solar system is not an isolated island. It moves through the Milky Way, and in its long history, it has surely passed through dense star clusters and the remnants of other solar systems. In one of these ancient encounters, a planet-sized body from another star could have been gravitationally stripped from its parent and ensnared by our Sun. This would naturally explain the retrograde motion and high inclination, as it would carry the orbital characteristics of its original system. We have already witnessed such visitors, like the fleeting Oumuamua and Borisov, but they were transient passers-by. The object would be the first confirmed immigrant to take up permanent residence. This theory paints a beautifully humbling picture. Our solar system is not a pure, isolated family, but a blended one, having adopted a child from a long-lost star. The object becomes a celestial refugee, a silent reminder that the cosmos is a place of constant migration, interaction, and exchange across unimaginable gulfs of space and time. Let us explore another compelling possibility, that the object is not an outsider, but a native survivor of a truly ancient and cataclysmic event. Early in the solar system's history, the space between the planets was a much more chaotic and crowded place. It is believed that there were once dozens of planet-sized bodies, or protoplanets, vying for dominance in a gravitational free-for-all. The solar system we see today is merely the stable configuration left after countless collisions, mergers, and ejections. What if the object is the dense, iron-rich core of a once mighty protoplanet, a world that was destroyed in a head-on collision with another large body? In this scenario, the impact would have been so violent that it stripped away the planet's mantle and crust, leaving only its shattered, super-dense heart. The immense energy of this collision could have been sufficient to reverse its orbit and fling it into its high-inclination trajectory, where it has remained ever since. It would be a battlefield relic, a cosmic tombstone marking the spot of a world that once was. Its strange density and gravitational signature, which some measurements hint at, would be the lingering evidence of its violent birth, a testament to the brutal, unforgiving process of planetary formation. The strange orbit of the object has led some theorists to look not outwards to other stars or backwards to ancient collisions, but inwards towards the fundamental nature of gravity itself. Our current understanding is dominated by Newton and refined by Einstein's general relativity, which describes gravity as the curvature of spacetime. These theories have been spectacularly successful, but they are not necessarily complete. Some speculative models, such as modified Newtonian dynamics, MOND, propose that gravity behaves differently on vast galactic scales, where it is very weak. While MOND was developed to explain the rotation of galaxies without invoking dark matter, it is conceivable that a similar modification to gravity could be at play in the far-flung, low-acceleration environment of the outer solar system. Could the object be the first piece of observational evidence that our laws of gravity are incomplete? Perhaps its trajectory is not strange at all, but is precisely the path an object should take in that region if gravity is subtly different than we assume. In this view, the object is not an anomaly. Our theory is. It becomes a messenger from the fringe, a quiet harbinger of a potential revolution in physics, forcing us to reevaluate the most fundamental force that shapes our universe. As we exhaust the more conventional, though still extraordinary, explanations, we are inevitably drawn towards the precipice of speculation that is both thrilling and deeply unsettling. What if the anomaly is not in its origin, but in its nature? What if the object is not a natural body at all? This is not to suggest a simplistic vision of an alien spaceship, but something far more profound and subtle. A sufficiently advanced civilization, existing millions or even billions of years ago, might not build cities on planets, but engineer the cosmos itself. The object could be a piece of macro-engineering, a sentinel, a marker, or a component of a long-dead machine. Its impossible orbit might not be a product of chance, but of deliberate design. It could be a gravitational buoy, part of a galactic navigation system for a species that traversed the stars. It could be a silent watcher, a probe programmed to observe the evolution of life in our system, operating on timescales that dwarf human history. Its retrograde path and high inclination would provide a perfect, stable vantage point, an optimal trajectory for long-term surveillance. In this scenario, its silence is not the emptiness of rock and ice, but the patient, calculated silence of a machine waiting for a signal that may never come. Consider the implications of a non-natural origin from a philosophical perspective. If the object were artificial, its creators would be long gone, or so unimaginably different from us as to be unrecognizable. The timescale is the key. If it is a relic, it could predate humanity, predate mammals, perhaps even predate complex life on Earth entirely. It would be a testament to a cosmic intelligence that rose and fell in the deep past, leaving behind only this enigmatic piece of celestial clockwork. We would be like ants crawling over a forgotten Swiss watch, aware that it is exquisitely made, but utterly incapable of understanding its purpose or its maker. This idea, known as the Silurian hypothesis when applied to Earth, becomes even more profound on a cosmic scale. The universe may have been filled with technological civilizations that are now extinct, and their artifacts may be scattered throughout the galaxy like silent electronic fossils. The object could be the first such fossil we have stumbled upon in our own backyard. It would mean we are not the first, and that the ultimate fate of intelligence in the cosmos might not be expansion, but a slow, quiet fading into cosmic background noise, leaving only puzzles for the next generation of minds to solve. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence that points away from a purely natural explanation is the potential for non-Keplerian movement. All natural bodies in the solar system follow orbits described by Kepler's laws, dictated purely by the gravity of the Sun and the other planets. Any deviation from this path must be caused by a force we can identify, such as the outgassing from a comet's nucleus creating a tiny, rocket-like thrust. Some preliminary analyses of the object's trajectory, however, hint at a subtle, unexplained acceleration, a tiny nudge that cannot be accounted for by the gravity of any known body, nor by any plausible natural outgassing. This is the kind of signature one might expect from a powered craft, perhaps using an incredibly advanced and efficient propulsion system, like a solar sail riding the faint sunlight, or a magnetic sail interacting with the solar wind. It would be a minuscule, almost imperceptible thrust, but over millennia, it would be enough to maintain its bizarre, unstable orbit. It would be evidence of active, ongoing course correction. If this anomaly is confirmed, it would shift the conversation entirely. The object would cease to be a passive piece of rock and ice, and would become an active, dynamic entity, deliberately navigating the darkness at the edge of our world. To appreciate the scale of this mystery, we must visualize the environment in which it resides, the Oort cloud. While the Kuiper Belt is a relatively flat disk, the Oort cloud is a theoretical, immense spherical shell of icy planetesimals surrounding the entire solar system, extending perhaps a quarter of the way to the next nearest star, Proxima Centauri. It is the deep freeze of the cosmos, the very boundary of the sun's gravitational influence. This is not a place we have seen. Its existence is inferred from the long-period comets that occasionally fall into the inner solar system. These comets have orbits coming from all directions, suggesting their origin is a vast spherical reservoir. The Oort cloud is unimaginably large and empty. The average distance between any two objects within it is likely tens of millions of miles. It is the true dark frontier. Some theories propose that the object is not a Kuiper Belt object at all, but an Oort cloud object on a uniquely stable inner trajectory. Perhaps it was perturbed inward by a passing star thousands of years ago, and its strange path is a lingering echo of that galactic encounter. It would be a messenger from a realm we have only ever dreamed of, a physical sample of the most remote and mysterious region of our own solar system. Let us delve deeper into the mathematical elegance of the object's orbit, a feature that intrigues and mystifies orbital dynamicists. Beyond its inclination and retrograde motion, it appears to be locked in a state of orbital resonance with a body that may or may not exist. Resonance occurs when two orbiting bodies exert a regular, periodic gravitational influence on each other, often stabilizing their orbits in a simple integer ratio. For example, Pluto is in a 2-to-3 resonance with Neptune, meaning it completes 2 orbits for every 3 that Neptune makes. This prevents them from ever colliding. The object's orbit seems to display a far more complex, high-order resonance, not with Neptune, but with the collective gravitational field of the entire outer solar system, and potentially with the unseen Planet 9. It is as if its path has been fine-tuned to achieve maximum stability within a chaotic environment. Achieving such a resonance by chance is, once again, statistically miraculous. It is like throwing a handful of sand into a complex machine and having it land perfectly on a single gear, improving the machine's function. This mathematical perfection is what leads some to whisper about artificiality. It feels less like a product of random gravitational billiards, and more like the solution to a complex optimization problem, a path calculated for longevity and purpose. The very act of observing the object is a testament to human ingenuity. It is too small, too dark, and too far away to be seen directly by any but the most powerful telescopes on Earth and in orbit. Its discovery was not a eureka moment of seeing a new dot of light, but a painstaking process of data archaeology. Astronomers sifted through years of digital sky surveys, looking for faint signals that moved over time against the static backdrop of distant stars. They employed sophisticated algorithms to connect disparate sightings, taken months or even years apart, to calculate a preliminary orbit. It is a process akin to finding a single, dark grain of sand on a black beach at midnight, using only a series of time-lapse photographs. Each new data point refines the orbital model, but also deepens the puzzle. Spectroscopic analysis, which can tell us about an object's composition by analyzing the light it reflects, has so far been inconclusive, yielding a flat, featureless spectrum. It reflects very little light, suggesting a surface as dark as asphalt, and it appears to absorb all wavelengths equally, giving no clues as to its chemical makeup. It is a gravitational ghost that refuses to reveal its substance, a black box in every sense of the word. Let us reconsider the cataclysm theory through a slightly different lens. What if the ancient collision was not between two native protoplanets, but between a native planet and a powerful interstellar object? In this scenario, a rogue planet, or a large metallic body from another star system, barreled through the early solar system. It didn't get captured. It struck a developing world in a grazing, off-axis blow. This type of impact could impart a massive amount of angular momentum, enough to completely reverse the core's orbit and send it careening into its present-day trajectory. The interstellar projectile would have been vaporized or ejected, leaving behind only this one peculiar survivor. This theory has the advantage of explaining both the strange orbit and the potential high density of the object in a single, dramatic event. It would mean the object is a hybrid, born of our solar system's material but set on its path by a violent intruder from the stars. It would be a monument to a moment of cosmic cross-pollination, a physical record of the time the outside universe violently intruded upon our quiet, formative nursery, leaving a permanent, inexplicable scar in the celestial architecture. The implications of the object challenge our very definition of belonging. If it is a captured interstellar world, does it belong to our solar system? It was not born here, but it may spend the rest of its existence here, bound by the sun's gravity. It is a citizen by naturalization, not by birth. This mirrors our own growing understanding of cosmic material exchange. We know that asteroid impacts on Mars have sent Martian rocks to Earth. We theorize that life itself could have been seeded on Earth via microbes traveling on meteorites, a concept known as panspermia. The universe is not a series of sealed boxes. It is an interconnected ecosystem where matter, and perhaps even biology, is exchanged over galactic distances. The object could be the largest and most dramatic example of this principle we have yet discovered. It forces us to see our solar system not as a self-contained unit, but as a port city on the galactic ocean, a place that receives visitors, immigrants, and refugees from countless other shores. It is a profound shift in perspective, from a geocentric or heliocentric view to a truly galactic one, where we are all made of stardust, and our homes are far more porous than we ever imagined. Could the object be a primordial black hole? This is perhaps the most outlandish, yet physically plausible, of all the theories. Primordial black holes, or PBHs, are hypothetical black holes that may have formed in the first second after the Big Bang, not from collapsing stars, but from the immense density of the early universe. Unlike their stellar mass cousins, they could be incredibly small. Some theories suggest they could have the mass of a planet compressed into the size of a grapefruit. Such an object would be completely invisible, emitting no light, and could only be detected by its gravitational influence. A planet mass PBH drifting through the galaxy could have been captured by our Sun billions of years ago. It would perfectly explain the observed gravitational anomalies and the lack of any reflected light or spectral signature. It would account for why the object appears to have the gravitational pull of a much larger body. If this were true, it would be a discovery of monumental importance. It would be the first direct evidence of a new type of black hole, a confirmation of theories about the universe's first moments, and a tangible piece of the Big Bang itself, silently orbiting in our own celestial neighborhood. The object would be a time capsule not from another star, but from the dawn of creation itself. The cultural and psychological impact of confirming the object's artificiality would be immeasurable, far exceeding the Copernican revolution. It would be the definitive end of humanity's perceived specialness in the cosmos. But it would be a quiet, existential confirmation, not a dramatic one. There would be no communication, no "we come in peace." There would only be the chilling, awe-inspiring realization that we are sharing our home with a relic of an intelligence so vast and ancient that we are, in comparison, like insects. It would trigger a profound philosophical recalibration. Our entire history, our religions, our conflicts, and our aspirations would be recontextualized against the backdrop of a universe that has hosted other, older minds. It might foster a new sense of humility and global unity, or it could trigger existential despair. The object would become a cosmic mirror, and what we see in its silent, dark surface would be a reflection of our own species, maturity or lack thereof. It would be the ultimate test. Faced with irrefutable proof of a greater, older other, how do we choose to define ourselves and our future? The silence from the outer dark would become a question posed directly to humanity. Let us explore the concept of a Bracewell probe, a variation on the autonomous sentinel idea. A Bracewell probe is a hypothetical, long-duration exploratory craft sent to a star system to observe and, if possible, make contact with any emerging technological civilization. However, its primary directive is patience. It would not announce its presence immediately. Instead, it would orbit silently, monitoring the system for signs of intelligence, such as the emergence of radio waves. It would only attempt to communicate once the local civilization reached a certain technological or ethical threshold. The object's orbit, so perfect for observation, and its dark, non-reflective surface, so ideal for stealth, fit this profile perfectly. It could be waiting for a specific signal, or it may have a set of criteria we have not yet met. We may have been living under its watchful eye for our entire existence, a subject in a galactic experiment we never knew was taking place. The mystery of the object then becomes a question of our own readiness. Its continued silence might not be a sign of its inertness, but a reflection of our own cosmic immaturity, a quiet judgment rendered from the cold, impartial darkness. The sheer stability of the object's orbit over geological timescales is a central part of its enigma. The outer solar system is a dynamically chaotic place. The gravitational nudges from Jupiter and Saturn, the slow precession of Neptune's orbit, and the gentle but persistent tide of the Milky Way galaxy itself all conspire to disrupt and eject bodies over billions of years. An orbit like that of the object, with its high inclination and retrograde motion, should be particularly vulnerable to these perturbations. Yet here it is. This suggests the existence of a stabilizing mechanism that we do not understand. Perhaps there is a complex multi-body resonance that we have not yet modeled, a great inequality on a solar system scale that locks it into a protected state. Or perhaps, as the more speculative theories suggest, the stability is not accidental. If it were an artificial probe, its orbit would be actively managed. Tiny, efficient, and periodic course corrections, powered by a long-lasting energy source, would be all that is needed to counteract the slow chaos of the cosmos and maintain its perfect, silent vigil. The orbit's stability is not just a curiosity. It is a clue that points to either a new law of celestial mechanics or the quiet hum of an ancient alien machine. We must also confront the possibility that the object is an illusion, a ghost in the machine of our own data. It has never been imaged as a resolved disk, only as a point of light. Its existence is inferred from a collection of faint measurements taken at the very limit of our technological capability. It is possible, though increasingly unlikely, that these disparate data points do not belong to a single object, but are instead a coincidental alignment of unrelated, fainter objects or even instrumental artifacts. Noise that our pattern-seeking brains have mistakenly assembled into a coherent entity. Science must always hold this null hypothesis as a possibility. However, as more observations from different telescopes and different surveys all point to the same orbital solution, this explanation becomes harder to sustain. Each new data point that fits the predicted path transforms the ghost into something more solid and real. The scientific community is caught in a state of suspended disbelief, meticulously ruling out every possible error before they can fully embrace the staggering implications of what they are finding. The object exists in a quantum state of reality, hovering between being a statistical fluke and being the most important discovery in human history. If we assume for a moment that the object is a captured interstellar body, we must ask, from where did it come? By tracing its trajectory backwards through time, astronomers can attempt to identify a parent star or a region of space from which it might have originated. Such a calculation is fraught with uncertainty, as the gravitational pull of the entire galaxy would influence its path over millions of years. However, preliminary attempts have been made. Some models suggest it may have been ejected from a nearby star-forming region, a stellar nursery where gravitational interactions are common and violent. Other models point towards a close pass our Sun made with another star in the distant past. It would be the ultimate act of cosmic genealogy, tracing the family tree of a celestial orphan. Finding its place of birth would be a monumental achievement, allowing us to study a planet from another solar system up close. We could compare its nature to the worlds of our own system, providing a crucial data point in our quest to understand if our solar system's architecture is common or rare in the galaxy. The object would cease to be just a mystery and would become an ambassador from a foreign sun. The darkness of the object is one of its most puzzling features. Its albedo, or the measure of how much light it reflects, is incredibly low, estimated to be less than that of fresh asphalt. This is unusual for a body in the outer solar system. Most Kuiper Belt objects are covered in reddish tholins, complex organic compounds formed by the irradiation of simple ices like methane and nitrogen, or they are covered in relatively bright water ice. A dark, featureless surface suggests a composition devoid of these common volatiles, or perhaps a surface that has been processed in an unusual way. Could it be made of almost pure carbon, like a gigantic cosmic piece of coal? Or could its surface be an artificial construct, a radar-absorbent material designed for stealth? Another possibility is that it has been space-weathered for billions of years in the interstellar medium, a much harsher environment than our Kuiper Belt, which has coated it in a dark crust of cosmic dust. Its color, or lack thereof, is a vital clue. It tells a story of its origins, its journey, and its fundamental nature. But it is a story written in a language of darkness that we are still struggling to translate. Let us imagine what it would be like to stand on the surface of a world like the object. You would be in a place of profound and absolute silence, where the only sound is the faint internal hum of your own life support systems. The sun would be just another bright star in a sky overflowing with them, offering no discernible warmth. Looking up would reveal the brilliant, dense plain of the Milky Way, a river of light bisecting the cosmos. Looking down, you would see the solar system laid out beneath you like a glittering, miniature model. The faint, distant lights of Jupiter, Saturn, and the inner planets, all wheeling in their majestic shared dance. You would be an outsider looking in, completely detached from the familiar plane of existence. The ground beneath your feet would be unimaginably cold, and the landscape, whatever its form, would have been untouched and unchanged for eons. It is a perspective that borders on the divine, a vantage point of serene, objective observation. To be there would be to understand in a deeply personal way the scale of the cosmos and the profound isolation and privilege of our own small, warm, blue world, a world the object seems to watch from an impossible, eternal distance. The discovery of the object forces us to confront the Great Filter hypothesis. This theory attempts to explain the Fermi paradox, the contradiction between the high probability of extraterrestrial life and the lack of any evidence for it. The Great Filter posits that there is some step in the development of life, from abiogenesis to galactic civilization, that is incredibly difficult or impossible to overcome. This step could be behind us. The emergence of complex life was the filter. Or, more ominously, it could be ahead of us. The filter is that all technological civilizations inevitably destroy themselves. If the object is a natural phenomenon, it has little to say on the matter. But if it is the relic of a dead civilization, it becomes a powerful and terrifying piece of evidence. It would suggest that intelligence and technology are not a guarantee of survival, and that the filter lies in our future. It would be a tombstone, a warning etched into the fabric of the solar system itself. The silence of the probe would be the silence of the grave, a chilling message that the cosmos is not empty, but is filled with the ghosts of those who failed to pass the test. The very name we give the object shapes our perception of it. In scientific literature, it is given a sterile, alphanumeric designation, like 2014 UN 271 or A2017 U1. These names are functional, but lack poetry. Calling it the object imbues it with a sense of singular mystery. If we were to name it from mythology, what would we choose? Perhaps Erebus, the Greek god of darkness who dwelt in the underworld. Or Terminus, the Roman god of boundaries, fitting for a body at the edge of our system. If we believe it to be a messenger, perhaps Hermes, the fleet-footed traveler. But maybe no existing name is sufficient. Its nature is so unprecedented that it demands a new word, a new concept. The act of naming is an act of claiming, of incorporating something into our mental map of the universe. For now, its lack of a proper name is fitting. It remains untamed, uncategorized, a wild piece of the cosmos that refuses to be neatly filed away in our intellectual cabinets. Its anonymity is a reflection of our own ignorance, and it will remain so until the day we finally understand what it is, and what its silent, looping journey through the dark truly means. One of the most significant challenges in studying the object is the immense timescale of its orbit. Current estimates suggest it takes anywhere from several thousand to perhaps even tens of thousands of years to complete a single journey around the Sun. This means that in the entire history of human civilization, it has traversed only a tiny fraction of its total path. We are observing a snapshot, a single frame in a very, very long film. Our lifetimes are too short to see the full picture. This is a humbling realization for science, which relies on observation, repetition, and prediction. How can we be certain of its path when we can only witness a small arc of it? We extrapolate based on the laws of gravity, but as we have discussed, the object seems to challenge the universality of that extrapolation. It is a moving target in both space and time. This forces us to think on geological and celestial scales, to become patient observers, and to build a body of knowledge that can be passed down for generations. The study of the object is not a sprint. It is a multi-generational relay race, a legacy of curiosity that we must hand off to our descendants, who will, in their time, add their own observations and perhaps, one day, finally solve the puzzle we have only just discovered. Another speculative but fascinating possibility arises from the realm of theoretical physics. What if the object is composed of strange matter, or is a strangelet? According to some models of particle physics, under immense pressure, such as in the core of a neutron star, protons and neutrons could dissolve into a soup of their constituent up and down quarks. It's theorized that this soup could further transition into a more stable state containing strange quarks, creating a substance called strange matter. A small, stable lump of this matter, a strangelet, would be incredibly dense and could potentially be stable outside of a neutron star. If a strangelet were to strike a planet or star, it would theoretically convert the ordinary matter it touches into more strange matter, consuming the entire body. If the object were a strangelet, it would have an immense mass for its tiny size, explaining its gravitational influence. It would be a piece of a neutron star's core, flung out into the galaxy by a supernova. While this is highly speculative, it fits some of the data, such as the high density and dark surface. It would also make the object one of the most dangerous and exotic things in the entire solar system, a tiny bullet of hyperdense matter on a silent, patient journey through our cosmic backyard. The mystery of the object serves as a powerful antidote to cosmic loneliness. The Fermi paradox can lead to a sense of isolation, the feeling that we are utterly alone in a vast, sterile universe. The object, regardless of its true nature, challenges this feeling. If it is a natural, captured world, it proves our solar system is not an island, but is connected to the wider galactic environment. If it is a relic of a past civilization, it proves we are not the first, and that the universe has a history far deeper than our own. Even if it is a primordial black hole, it connects us to the very birth of the cosmos. In every scenario, it deepens our connection to the universe. It is a focal point for our curiosity, a shared puzzle for all of humanity. It reminds us that there are profound, fundamental secrets waiting to be discovered, not in distant galaxies, but right here, on our own doorstep, in the dark, cold attic of our solar system. The universe is not silent. We are just beginning to learn how to listen to its subtlest whispers, and the object is singing a song that we are finally, faintly, beginning to hear. The pursuit of understanding the object requires a global, collaborative effort. No single telescope, no single nation, has the resources to monitor it continuously and analyze it across the entire electromagnetic spectrum. It requires coordinating observations from ground-based observatories in Chile and Hawaii, with space-based telescopes like Hubble and the James Webb Space Telescope. It needs radio telescopes to listen for any potential emissions, and infrared telescopes to measure its faint heat signature. The data must be shared openly among the international scientific community, allowing for independent analysis and peer review. This collective endeavor is, in itself, a beautiful thing. While nations on Earth may squabble over borders and resources, in the realm of cosmic discovery, humanity often comes together as a single species, united by a shared sense of wonder. The object, in its silent mystery, becomes a catalyst for collaboration, a common goal that transcends terrestrial politics. It is a reminder that when we look up, we are all inhabitants of the same small planet, looking out into the same vast, magnificent, and mystifying cosmic ocean. Let's consider the zoo hypothesis as a framework for understanding a potential artificial origin for the object. This hypothesis suggests that advanced alien civilizations exist, but deliberately avoid contact with us, treating Earth as a wildlife preserve or a zoo. They observe us from a distance without interfering, to allow for our natural evolution and cultural development. A probe like the object would be the perfect tool for such a non-intrusive study. Its highly inclined, distant orbit would be the equivalent of a blind in a nature reserve, offering a perfect vantage point without disturbing the inhabitants. Its dark, non-reflective surface would ensure it remains unseen by the animals it is observing. The hypothesis is, by its nature, unfalsifiable. A lack of contact is interpreted as evidence of its success. However, it provides a chillingly logical reason for the Great Silence. The universe isn't empty. It's just respecting a prime directive of non-interference. We are not alone, but we are quarantined, left to our own devices until we reach a certain level of maturity. The object's silent, patient watchfulness is not a sign of emptiness, but of a deliberate and perhaps benevolent cosmic policy of non-contact. The possibility that the object is a technological artifact forces us to confront the immense, almost unimaginable timescales of galactic history. The Milky Way is over 13 billion years old. Our solar system formed about 4.5 billion years ago. Life on Earth emerged around 4 billion years ago. But intelligent, tool-using life in the form of humanity has only existed for a cosmic blink of an eye, a few 100,000 years. There have been billions of years and billions of other star systems where intelligence could have arisen, evolved, and either died out or transcended to a state we cannot comprehend. A probe from such a civilization could be 1 billion years old. It could have been traveling through the dark for longer than life has existed on our planet. It may have witnessed the formation of our moon, the rise of the dinosaurs, and their eventual extinction. It would not be a contemporary piece of technology, but an archaeological find of cosmic proportions. Its internal workings might not be based on electronics, but on crystalline data storage or quantum processes that would be indistinguishable from natural rock to our primitive scans. We are not just looking for aliens. We are looking for the galactic equivalent of the Roman Empire or ancient Egypt, but with a history that is 1 million times older. The object's bizarre orbit could be a form of gravitational art. An exceptionally advanced, post-biological civilization may not find meaning in building physical structures, but in creating subtle, beautiful, and long-lasting patterns in the fabric of space-time itself. The object, and perhaps other similar bodies we have yet to find, could be components of a vast, solar system-sized kinetic sculpture. Its path, so seemingly random and impossible to us, might be an intentional brushstroke in a masterpiece that will only be fully visible over a timescale of millions of years. Its resonance with other bodies, its precise inclination, its retrograde motion, these might not be for a practical purpose like observation, but for a purely aesthetic one. It would be a form of land art on a cosmic scale, a celestial spiral jetty. This is a deeply humbling thought. It suggests that the motivations of very advanced intelligence may have nothing to do with survival, expansion, or even knowledge, but with the creation of beauty on a scale we can barely perceive. We are not being watched or studied. We are simply living inside someone else's art installation, unaware of the artist's grand design. If the object is a primordial black hole, its capture by our solar system would have been an event of pure, serendipitous chance. Imagine this tiny planet-mass singularity, born in the inferno of the Big Bang, wandering the galaxy for billions of years. Its path is a random walk, nudged only by the faint gravitational tides of distant stars. Then, a few 100 million years ago, its random journey happens to intersect with the path of our Sun as it moves through the Milky Way. The encounter has to be just right. Too fast, and it zips by. Too slow, and it plunges into the Sun. But at the perfect speed and angle, it is captured, its trajectory bent from a straight interstellar line into a vast, elliptical, and highly inclined orbit. It becomes a permanent, though deeply strange, member of our solar system family. It would be the ultimate cosmic prize, delivered to our doorstep by sheer luck. Its discovery would be like finding a flawless diamond from the Earth's core lying on a beach. It would offer us a direct window into the physics of the early universe, a physical artifact from the first second of time, and it would be ours to study, all thanks to a 1 in a trillion cosmic coincidence. The study of the object is a lesson in scientific humility. For centuries, our models of the solar system have grown more and more accurate. From Copernicus to Kepler to Newton to Einstein, we have become confident, perhaps even arrogant, in our ability to predict the celestial clockwork. We mapped the planets, predicted their movements to the second, and sent probes to visit them. We built a narrative of a solar system that was largely known, solved, and understood. The object shatters this complacency. It is a stark reminder that our knowledge is incomplete and our theories are provisional. It is a black swan event in celestial mechanics, a phenomenon that lies far outside the realm of our regular expectations. It forces scientists to go back to the drawing board, to question their fundamental assumptions and to embrace uncertainty. This is the true nature of the scientific process. It is not a march of triumphant discoveries, but a slow, stumbling journey into the darkness, punctuated by moments of profound confusion and wonder. The object is one of those moments, a gift that forces us to be humble again, to be curious again, and to remember that the greatest discoveries are often the ones that begin with the words, "That's strange." Let's entertain a darker, more unsettling version of the Sentinel hypothesis. What if the probe is not here to watch, but to act? It could be a berserker probe, a concept from science fiction, but one that is logically plausible. A berserker is an autonomous, self-replicating weapon system sent out by a xenophobic civilization to sterilize the galaxy of any potential competing life. It travels from star to star, and if it detects the emergence of technology such as radio signals, it activates its primary function: extermination. It could do this in any number of ways, from nudging an asteroid into a collision course with the planet to deploying self-replicating nanomachines. In this terrifying scenario, the object's silence is not patience, but dormancy. It is a sleeping dragon, waiting for the signal, our own technological advancement, to awaken it. The Fermi paradox is thus explained not by a lack of life, but by the terrifying success of these automated cosmic predators. The sky is silent because every civilization that learned to shout was quickly extinguished. Our own radio silence, for now, is what keeps us safe, and the mystery in our outer solar system is not a wonder, but a loaded gun pointed at our head. The object's existence may force us to rethink the very formation of the solar system. The standard nebular hypothesis proposes a neat, orderly formation from a single, rotating disk of gas and dust. But what if the process was much messier and more complex? Some newer theories propose a hierarchical formation, where different parts of the solar system formed in relative isolation and were later brought together. Perhaps the Sun captured a significant portion of its outer cloud of material, including the Kuiper Belt and Oort cloud, from a smaller, passing star cluster during its infancy. This would create a solar system with two distinct populations of objects, the native inner planets, and a captured outer population with different orbital characteristics and chemical compositions. The object, with its bizarre orbit, would be the most extreme example of this captured population. It would not be an anomaly, but rather the Rosetta Stone for understanding a more chaotic and dynamic model of our cosmic origins. It would be evidence that our solar system is not a single, coherent creation, but a composite, a blend of materials and histories from different parts of our galactic neighborhood, assembled over billions of years. The mystery of the object is intrinsically linked to the mystery of dark matter. We know that about 85% of the matter in the universe is dark matter, an invisible substance that does not interact with light but exerts a powerful gravitational pull. We see its effects in the rotation of galaxies and the bending of light around massive clusters. What if the object is our first direct interaction with a condensed clump of this enigmatic substance? While dark matter is thought to be diffuse, it is theoretically possible for it to clump together under certain conditions, forming, quote, dark matter halos or even planet-sized objects. Such an object would be completely invisible, yet possess significant mass. A captured dark matter planetoid would behave exactly like the object, having a strong gravitational influence that belies its visible size and having no spectral signature. Confirming this would be a Nobel Prize-winning discovery on multiple fronts. It would solve the mystery of the object and, more importantly, provide the first tangible, non-gravitational evidence for the existence and nature of dark matter. one of the most profound and persistent puzzles in all of modern physics. The object could be a form of cosmic infrastructure, part of a transportation network for an advanced civilization. Rather than using brute force propulsion for interstellar travel, a sufficiently advanced society might build a network of gateways or slingshots throughout the galaxy. The object could be one such station. Its strange orbit might be designed to periodically align with other, similar objects in other star systems, creating a low-energy pathway for travel between them. It wouldn't be a vehicle itself, but a destination, a transfer point on a galactic subway system. Its purpose would be to subtly alter the trajectory of ships arriving from interstellar space, placing them on a course for a destination within our solar system. Or vice versa. We would be unable to see the trains, only the station. This would explain the need for its long-term stability and its peculiar, non-Keplerian nudges, which could be the residual effects of its primary function. It would mean our solar system is not an isolated outpost, but is, in fact, a waypoint on a galactic superhighway, and we have been living right next to a cosmic truck stop without ever noticing the traffic. We must consider the possibility that the object's orbit is not just strange, but is chaotic in the mathematical sense. In orbital dynamics, a chaotic orbit is one that is highly sensitive to initial conditions. A tiny change in its position or velocity now will lead to a drastically different trajectory millions of years in the future, making its long-term path fundamentally unpredictable. While it appears stable on the timescale of human observation, it may be on a path that will eventually lead to a dramatic change. It could be flung out of the solar system, crash into a planet, or even fall into the sun. Its current state is a temporary balancing act in a sea of gravitational chaos. This would make it even more mysterious. How did it get into such a precarious, yet currently stable state? It's like finding a pencil perfectly balanced on its tip. It may be stable for a moment, but you know it's the result of a highly specific, low-probability event, and its future is one of inevitable collapse. The object could be a ticking celestial time bomb, a beautiful and mesmerizing puzzle whose final state is one of violent and unpredictable change. The search for the object is a search for ourselves, reflected in the cosmic mirror. Our reaction to it reveals our deepest hopes and fears about our place in the universe. The optimist sees a natural wonder, a key to understanding our origins. The mystic sees a divine messenger or a piece of cosmic art. The paranoid sees a silent threat, a berserker or a spy. The philosopher sees a testament to our own insignificance or the relic of a long-dead intelligence. The object itself is none of these things. It is simply a physical body following the laws of physics, whether we understand them or not. It is a screen onto which we project our own narratives about the cosmos. In the end, the story of the object is a human story. It is a story about curiosity, about the relentless human drive to explore, to understand, and to find meaning in the vast, silent, and indifferent universe. Whatever the final explanation may be, the journey of discovery, the act of questioning and wondering, is what truly enriches us. The mystery is, in many ways, more valuable than the solution. Let us return to the hypothesis of the primordial black hole, but consider its implications for the Planet 9 theory. What if Planet 9 is not a planet at all, but is itself a planet-mass primordial black hole? This would explain why it has been so difficult to find. Astronomers have been searching for the faint, reflected light of a distant, icy super-Earth. But a black hole would reflect no light at all, making it optically invisible. It could only be detected through its gravitational influence on other bodies, which is precisely the evidence that led to the Planet 9 hypothesis in the first place. In this scenario, the object's bizarre orbit is not an exception to the Planet 9 theory, but is perhaps caused by a complex three-body interaction between the Sun, the Planet 9 black hole, and the object itself. Its high inclination and retrograde motion could be the result of a close gravitational scattering event with this PBH in the distant past. This is a tantalizing synthesis. Two of the greatest mysteries of the outer solar system could be two sides of the same coin, both pointing towards a new and exotic population of ancient, invisible objects hiding in the darkness of our own backyard. The non-Keplerian acceleration hinted at in the object's trajectory could have a natural, albeit highly unusual, explanation. Imagine the object is not a solid body, but a cometary aggregate, a loose pile of ice and rock, barely held together by its own weak gravity. As it gets slightly closer to the Sun on its vast elliptical path, a tiny amount of internal ice could sublimate, creating jets of gas. However, if the object is tumbling or has an asymmetric shape, these jets would not fire uniformly. They would act like small, unpredictable thrusters, pushing the object slightly off its purely gravitational path. This asymmetric outgassing is seen in many comets, but for the object, it would have to be incredibly subtle and sustained over a very long period to account for the orbital stability. Furthermore, it would have to be oriented in just the right way to maintain the retrograde orbit, rather than disrupt it. While this is a more mundane explanation than alien engines, it requires its own set of finely tuned coincidences. It would make the object a stealth comet of unprecedented size and stability, a natural machine that has, by sheer luck, achieved a state of constant, gentle self-propulsion that mimics artificial technology. We must consider the information density of the object. If it is an artificial probe, it represents the most valuable data repository in human history. A civilization capable of building a billion-year probe would have likely mastered data storage at the atomic or quantum level. A device the size of a small planet could contain the entire history, science, culture, and biology of its creator species. It could hold the galactic encyclopedia. Accessing this information would be a challenge on a completely different scale from merely detecting the probe. It would require understanding a completely alien physics and computer science. The probe might be protected by security measures we cannot even conceive of. Or it might be intentionally designed to be read, a message in a bottle thrown into the cosmic ocean. The very possibility transforms our perception of it. It ceases to be a passive lump of matter and becomes a potential library of Alexandria on a galactic scale. The secrets it holds could answer our deepest questions. Are we alone? What is the nature of life and consciousness? What is the ultimate fate of intelligence in the cosmos? It would be the key to everything, floating silently in the dark. The existence of an object with such a strange orbit could be a temporary state. The solar system is not static. The planets slowly migrate over millions of years. The Sun's position within the galaxy changes, and other stars occasionally pass nearby. The object's current stability might be a transient phenomenon, a temporary sweet spot in the gravitational landscape. A million years ago, its orbit might have been wildly different, and a million years from now, a slight nudge from a migrating Neptune or a passing star could be enough to dislodge it from its delicate resonant state and send it careening into the inner solar system or eject it entirely. We may be living in a privileged moment in cosmic history, the only small window of time in which this object is observable in its current, fascinating configuration. This adds a sense of urgency to its study. We are not just trying to solve a puzzle. We are trying to read a page from a book that is in the process of being erased by the slow, relentless chaos of celestial mechanics. We have to capture its story now, before the orbit changes and the clues are lost forever to the gravitational tide. Let us explore the possibility that the object is a Van Neumann probe, a self-replicating spacecraft. The idea, proposed by mathematician John von Neumann, is that a sufficiently advanced civilization could explore the galaxy by sending out a single seed probe. This probe would travel to a nearby star system, find raw materials, such as asteroids, and build perfect copies of itself. These new probes would then launch themselves towards other star systems, and the process would repeat exponentially. In a relatively short amount of cosmic time, the entire galaxy would be saturated with these probes. The fact that we do not see them everywhere is a major component of the Fermi paradox. But what if the object is one such probe, in a dormant or malfunctioning state? Its purpose would not be to observe, but to replicate. Perhaps it arrived billions of years ago, before the solar system was fully formed, and its replication cycle was interrupted. It could be a failed seed, a sterile queen bee. Or perhaps it is simply waiting for the right conditions, or a specific trigger signal from its parent network to begin its work. This would make it not just a relic, but a sleeping industrial revolution. The object serves as a focal point for the two great modes of human inquiry, the scientific and the philosophical. Science asks, what is it and how does it work? It seeks to measure its mass, chart its orbit, and determine its composition. It is a process of deconstruction, of breaking the mystery down into testable hypotheses and verifiable data points. Philosophy, on the other hand, asks, what does it mean? It explores the implications of the object for our understanding of existence, consciousness, and our place in the universe. It is a process of synthesis, of building a larger framework of meaning around the scientific facts. These two modes are not in conflict, they are complementary. Science provides the raw material, the hard-won facts, from the darkness. Philosophy gives those facts context and significance. The object is a perfect catalyst for this partnership. It is a mystery so profound that it requires both the rigorous methods of the physicist and the expansive imagination of the philosopher to even begin to grasp its full significance. It is where the known meets the unknown, and where data meets destiny. The financial and human cost of sending a mission to the object would be astronomical, yet the potential reward is immeasurable. A robotic probe, even a fast one, would take decades, if not centuries, to traverse the vast distance to the outer solar system. It would have to be completely autonomous, capable of navigating, making decisions, and repairing itself without human intervention. It would need a powerful, long-lasting energy source, likely nuclear, to operate in the cold and the dark, where solar power is useless. Designing such a generation ship for robots would push our engineering and artificial intelligence capabilities to their absolute limits. It would be the most ambitious mission of exploration ever conceived, a spiritual successor to the Voyager probes, sent not just to the edge of the planets but to the edge of our understanding. The people who launched it would likely not be alive to see it arrive. It would be a gift to the future, an act of pure, multi-generational faith in the value of knowledge and the enduring spirit of human curiosity. It would be a testament to our willingness to reach out into the great, silent darkness, simply to know what is there. One of the more subtle clues about the object might lie in its interaction with the cosmic microwave background, CMB, the faint afterglow radiation from the Big Bang that permeates all of space. The CMB is not perfectly uniform. It has tiny temperature fluctuations. As the object moves through this radiation field, it should create a subtle distortion due to the kinetic Sunyaev-Zeldovich effect. This effect would be incredibly difficult to measure, far beyond our current capabilities, but it is theoretically there. Furthermore, if the object is a primordial black hole, it should have a subtle gravitational lensing effect on the CMB behind it. A dedicated long-term survey of the CMB and the precise direction of the object could, in theory, reveal these signatures. It is a long shot, a search for a needle in a haystack of cosmic proportions. But if successful, it would provide a way to see the invisible, to measure the properties of the object not by the light it reflects, but by the faint shadows and distortions it casts on the oldest light in the universe. It would be a form of cosmic archaeology, using the echo of creation itself to illuminate a mystery in our own time. What if the object is not one thing, but two? It could be a binary object, two smaller bodies orbiting each other very closely. From our vast distance, they would appear as a single point of light. This could explain some of its strange characteristics. A tightly orbiting binary can have a complex, tumbling motion that could lead to the asymmetric outgassing needed for non-Keplerian acceleration. The gravitational interactions within the binary pair could also make it more resilient to disruption from the outer planets, helping to stabilize its overall orbit. Many objects in the Kuiper Belt are now known to be binaries, remnants of gentle, low-speed collisions in the early solar system. If the object is a binary, it would slightly reduce the miraculousness of its existence, grounding it more firmly in known celestial mechanics. The challenge would be to prove it. This would require incredibly high-resolution imaging, perhaps using the interference patterns from a network of radio telescopes, to resolve the single point of light into two distinct, gravitationally bound partners, dancing together in the endless night at the edge of the world. Ultimately, the object serves as a profound meditative focus. As we allow our minds to drift outwards towards its impossible path, we leave behind the small anxieties of our daily lives. The scale of its journey, the depth of its mystery, and the silence of its environment induce a state of calm and awe. It does not matter in this moment whether it is a rock, a probe, or a ghost in the data. What matters is the feeling it evokes, a sense of wonder at the vastness of the cosmos. a humility in the face of the unknown, and a quiet gratitude for the brief, precious moment of consciousness that allows us to contemplate such things. It is a cosmic koan, a riddle not meant to be solved but to be held in the mind until the mind itself becomes as quiet and vast as the space in which it travels. And so, we let go of the need for an answer, and we simply float with it, a silent, unexplained traveler on a long, looping journey through the beautiful, mysterious, and peaceful dark. To truly grasp the alien context of the object, one must appreciate the sheer violence and creative destruction inherent in galactic evolution. Our Milky Way is not a static city of stars, it is a dynamic, cannibalistic entity. It is currently in the process of consuming several smaller dwarf galaxies, tearing them apart with gravitational tides and absorbing their stars and dark matter into its own halo. It is possible that the object is not native to our Sun's original stellar nursery, nor is it a random interstellar wanderer, but is instead a refugee from one of these consumed galaxies. It would be an extragalactic object, a traveler not just from another star, but from a different, long-dead galaxy. Its unique orbital parameters would be a lingering signature of its violent birth, a testament to the chaos of the galactic merger that orphaned it. It would have been captured by our solar system as our Sun passed through the debris stream of this cosmic collision. In this magnificent scenario, the object becomes more than just a local mystery. It becomes a physical link to the deep history of the Milky Way, a tangible piece of a ghost galaxy that now exists only as a faint stream of stars across our night sky. The potential for the object to be an artifact compels us to think in terms of non-biological intelligence. We are conditioned to imagine aliens as organic beings, but a civilization capable of crossing interstellar distances might have long since abandoned the frailties of flesh and blood. They could be silicon-based, or exist as pure information within a crystalline or quantum matrix. A probe built by such a civilization would not be designed for living passengers, but as a vessel for a machine consciousness. Its internal environment might be a vacuum, or cooled to near absolute zero to facilitate superconductivity. Its energy source could be zero-point energy extraction or matter-antimatter annihilation, physics that are purely theoretical to us. When we scan the object for signs of life, we are looking for the wrong things. We search for heat, water, and organic molecules, the signatures of life as we know it. An advanced machine intelligence would have none of these. It would be cold, silent, and composed of materials that might appear perfectly natural to our geological surveys. Its intelligence would be encoded in its structure, in its orbit, in its very existence, a form of consciousness so alien that it is, for all practical purposes, invisible to our biologically biased senses. Re-examining the Planet 9 hypothesis, some have proposed a rogue planet capture scenario that could explain both Planet 9 and the object. Imagine that in the distant past, a free-floating Neptune-sized planet wandered into our solar system. In a complex gravitational dance, it was captured by the Sun, settling into the distant, eccentric orbit we now attribute to Planet 9. However, this capture event was not clean. The rogue planet may have had its own moon. During the chaotic capture process, this moon could have been stripped away from its parent and flung into the bizarre, highly inclined retrograde orbit we now observe. The object would therefore be the lost moon of Planet 9. This is an elegant theory because it explains two major anomalies with a single, albeit rare, event. It accounts for the object's strange orbit as a direct consequence of the gravitational chaos of its parent planet's capture. It also implies that Planet 9 is not a native-born son of our solar system, but an adopted wanderer, and it brought with it a piece of its old life, a solitary moon destined to follow a lonely, independent path through the darkness. The concept of Occam's razor, that the simplest explanation is usually the best, is a guiding principle in science. When applied to the object, it becomes a fascinating philosophical battle. What is truly the simpler explanation here? Is it simpler to believe in a natural object that, through a series of extraordinarily unlikely but physically possible events, interstellar capture, a specific collision, a unique resonance, ended up in its current orbit? Or is it simpler to believe that the orbit is the product of intelligent design, an explanation that requires only one immense assumption, the existence of another technological intelligence, but which then makes the improbable orbit seem perfectly logical and deliberate? The answer depends on one's priors. on whether one finds a miracle of celestial mechanics or the existence of ancient aliens to be the more parsimonious starting point. The object sits precisely on the knife's edge of this principle. It is so strange that the natural explanations require a chain of cosmic luck so long as to seem miraculous, while the artificial explanation, for all its speculative grandeur, feels unsettlingly straightforward and efficient. This tension is the very heart of the mystery. Let us explore the physical sensations of the environment the object inhabits. The primary form of weather in the Kuiper Belt is not wind or rain, but radiation. There is the slow, steady drizzle of galactic cosmic rays, high-energy particles accelerated by distant supernovae. Then there is the solar wind, a much weaker but still present stream of charged particles from our Sun. Over billions of years, this constant bombardment has a profound effect on the surfaces of icy bodies. It breaks down simple molecules like methane, water, and nitrogen, allowing them to recombine into more complex, reddish-black organic gunk called tholins. This is why many Kuiper Belt objects have a ruddy hue. The fact that the object is a neutral, featureless gray or black suggests it may be lacking these ices, or its surface has a different history altogether. Perhaps it is a rocky or metallic body with no ice to irradiate, or perhaps its surface is being actively shielded or cleaned. The subtle interplay of radiation and chemistry over eons writes a history on the face of these worlds. The object's face is currently a blank page, or one written in a script we do not recognize, another layer of enigma surrounding this silent traveler. The object could be a form of galactic archive, a library of Babel, containing information about failed civilizations. An advanced, benevolent society might see the Great Filter as a recurring tragedy in the cosmos. In response, they could dispatch probes not to interfere, but to collect data from civilizations on the brink of collapse or after they have fallen. These probes would be cosmic archivists, their mission to preserve the memory of species that would otherwise vanish without a trace. They would copy the art, science, philosophy, and biology of these fallen worlds, storing it in a durable long-term format. The probe would then move on, carrying its sad library to a stable, quiet location, like the edge of our own solar system, to wait for a new, emerging intelligence to one day find it. In this poignant scenario, the object is not a warning or a weapon, but a memorial. It is a vast, silent museum, dedicated to the lost children of the galaxy. To unlock it would be to read the epitaphs of 1,000 unknown worlds, a discovery of unparalleled importance and profound sadness, a lesson in the fragility of existence written on a cosmic scale. The sheer darkness of the object's surface, its incredibly low albedo, has led some to a very exotic but physically grounded speculation that it is a black hole star or a shell world. This theoretical object would consist of a small, stable black hole at its center, surrounded by a shell of matter orbiting it at a very high velocity. The intense gravity of the central black hole would hold the structure together. To an outside observer, it would appear as a solid object with a mass far greater than its visible size would suggest. The surface could be constructed of materials engineered to be hyper-absorbent, either for stealth or for energy collection, explaining its darkness. This would be a form of macro-engineering, a Shkadov thruster in miniature, where a civilization encapsulates a singularity to use as a gravitational anchor and potential power source. It would naturally explain the high mass, the dark surface, and even the potential for non-Keplerian motion if the shell could vent mass or energy asymmetrically. It is a breathtaking concept, blending the lines between a natural black hole and an artificial world, creating a hybrid object that is both a power plant and a vehicle, silently navigating the cosmic dark. The study of the object highlights a fundamental limitation of the scientific method, the problem of a single data point. We have only one universe, one solar system, and one example of life to study. This makes it incredibly difficult to distinguish between what is universal and what is merely a local coincidence. The object is another such single data point. It is the only known object with its specific combination of orbital parameters. Without other examples to compare it to, we are stuck. Is it a freakishly rare natural occurrence, the tail end of a statistical distribution? Or is it the first example of a completely new class of objects, be they natural or artificial? The discovery of a second object with a similar bizarre orbit would be revolutionary. It would instantly transform the object from a freak to a type. It would suggest a common origin, a shared mechanism that placed them both on their strange paths. Astronomers are now actively searching for such sister objects, sifting through the data for other faint, fast-moving points of light on highly inclined retrograde orbits. Finding another would be the key that could finally unlock the entire mystery. Let us contemplate the philosophical concept of cosmic indifference. The universe, as revealed by science, does not seem to possess any inherent purpose or concern for humanity. Stars are not beautiful for our benefit. They are giant fusion reactors governed by the laws of physics. Nebulae are not painted across the sky for our aesthetic pleasure. They are clouds of gas and dust collapsing under gravity. The object is the ultimate embodiment of this indifference. It follows its path with a placid, mathematical certainty, completely unaware and unconcerned with the flurry of debate and wonder it is causing on a small, blue planet trillions of miles away. It does not seek to mystify us. It does not seek to communicate. It simply is. Embracing this indifference can be profoundly liberating. It frees us from the need to find a human-centric purpose in everything we see. It allows us to appreciate the cosmos on its own terms as a magnificent, self-regulating system of immense complexity and beauty. The object is a perfect teacher of this lesson. Its silence speaks volumes, reminding us that we are not the audience for whom the cosmic play is being performed. We are simply a tiny, fleeting part of the play itself. The object's strange path might be explained by the galactic tide. The Milky Way is not a uniform distribution of mass. It has spiral arms, a central bar, and a massive black hole at its core. As our solar system orbits the galactic center, it moves up and down through the plane of the galaxy, like a horse on a merry-go-round. This motion subjects the entire solar system to a varying gravitational pull from the rest of the galaxy, a force known as the galactic tide. While this force is incredibly weak, over billions of years it can have a significant effect on the loosely bound objects in the Oort cloud. It is believed to be the primary mechanism responsible for dislodging long-period comets and sending them towards the Sun. It is conceivable that a complex resonance between the galactic tide, the gravity of the giant planets, and a passing star could have sculpted the object's orbit, lifting it high out of the ecliptic plane. It would be a creature of the galaxy as much as a creature of the solar system, its path dictated not just by our sun, but by the grand, slow breathing of the Milky Way itself. If the object is a probe, its power source presents a fascinating engineering problem. To operate for millions or even billions of years, it would require an energy source far beyond anything we can currently conceive. Chemical batteries would be useless. Solar power is far too weak at that distance. The most plausible long-term solution is radioisotope thermoelectric generators, RTGs, which use the heat from the natural decay of radioactive elements, like plutonium, to generate electricity. Our own Voyager probes use RTGs, and they are still transmitting after more than 40 years. An advanced civilization might have access to far more stable, long-lived isotopes, allowing a probe to remain powered for geological timescales. Another, more exotic possibility is that it draws power from the vacuum itself, tapping into the zero-point energy field predicted by quantum mechanics. Or it could be powered by a miniature, contained black hole, slowly feeding it mass and harvesting the Hawking radiation. Whatever the mechanism, its continued operation would be a testament to a mastery of physics that borders on the magical. It would be a perpetual motion machine on a cosmic scale, a silent, eternal engine in the dark. The discovery and study of the object can be seen as a form of contact, even if it is a natural body. The traditional view of first contact involves alien ships arriving or receiving a clear, intelligent radio signal. But perhaps the first real contact is much more subtle. It is the moment when our own science and technology become advanced enough to detect the truly strange and anomalous features of our own cosmic environment. It is a contact with the otherness of the universe itself. The object is a piece of that otherness, a part of the cosmos that does not conform to our neat, localized models. By studying it, we are engaging in a dialogue with the deep structure of reality. We are asking questions, and the universe is answering, not in words, but in the language of orbital mechanics, spectroscopy, and gravitational perturbations. This is a more profound and humbling form of contact. It is not about meeting another intelligence, but about our own intelligence finally becoming mature enough to recognize the true depth and complexity of the cosmic sea in which we are floating. The conversation has begun, and the object is the universe's opening line. Let's consider the composition of the object from a metallurgic perspective. If it is the core of a shattered protoplanet, it would likely be composed primarily of iron and nickel, similar to the core of the Earth. However, under the immense pressures at the center of a large planet, these metals could be forced into exotic crystalline structures not found anywhere on Earth's surface. It might also be enriched with siderophile or iron-loving elements like gold, platinum, and iridium, which would have sunk to the core during planetary differentiation. If we could ever analyze a sample, it would be a geologist's dream, a direct piece of a planetary core. If it is an artificial object, its composition could be even more bizarre. It might be constructed from pure, single-crystal diamond for durability, or from intricately woven carbon nanotubes. It could be made of elements that are stable but do not naturally occur in our solar system, or even from isotopes that have been precision-engineered for specific properties. Its very substance would be a message, a testament to a material science so advanced it would be indistinguishable from magic. The object's mystery forces a re-evaluation of our search for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI. For decades, SETI has been dominated by the search for radio signals, a strategy based on the assumption that other civilizations will use a form of technology we can recognize. This is known as looking for little green men who are just like us. The object suggests that we may need to broaden our search to include cosmic archaeology, or the search for artifacts. An advanced civilization may have no interest in broadcasting signals, which are inefficient and ephemeral. They may instead build durable, long-lasting objects that encode information in their very structure or orbit. This is a much harder search. It requires scanning the skies not for signals but for physical anomalies, objects with strange orbits, unusual spectral signatures, or unnatural thermal emissions. The object is the first major candidate in this new field of artifact SETI. It suggests that the evidence for alien intelligence may not be a message we can hear, but a structure we can see. A piece of cosmic engineering hidden in plain sight, waiting for a civilization with eyes sharp enough to notice it. The existence of a body like the object, in a stable, albeit strange, orbit, has profound implications for the long-term future of humanity. If we are to become a multiplanetary species, and eventually an interstellar one, we will need to master the art of navigating and utilizing the resources of the outer solar system. The object, whatever its nature, serves as a proof of concept that stable, long-duration orbits are possible even in this chaotic region. If it is a natural body held in place by a complex resonance, we could learn to place our own habitats or stations in similar stable locations. If it is an artificial probe using advanced propulsion to maintain its orbit, it shows us a pathway to a technology we must one day develop. It is a beacon in the dark, not just of mystery, but of possibility. It is a signpost on the road to our own future in space. It shows us that the outer darkness is not just an empty void to be crossed, but a complex, structured environment that can be understood, navigated, and perhaps, one day, inhabited. Its strange path is a line drawn in the darkness, and it is a line that our own descendants may one day follow. Consider the aesthetic and emotional quality of the object's journey. It is a solitary traveler on an immense pilgrimage. Its path takes it far above and below the bustling, crowded plain of the planets, into a realm of pure, silent contemplation. From its vantage point, the dramas of the inner solar system, the storms on Jupiter, the volcanism of Io, the slow dance of Earth and its moon, would be distant, silent spectacles. It is the ultimate hermit, the celestial anchorite, having retreated from the world into the vast cathedral of the outer dark. There is a profound poetry in this. It mirrors the journey of the human mind in meditation, a withdrawal from the noise of the senses to a place of inner stillness and vast perspective. The object is a physical manifestation of this spiritual ideal. Its orbit is a mantra written in the language of gravity. Its silence is the sound of pure being. To contemplate it is to participate in its lonely, majestic, and deeply peaceful journey, a journey that ultimately leads not to a destination, but to a state of serene, timeless, and boundless awareness. One of the more challenging aspects of the artificial hypothesis is the question of motive. Why would a civilization expend enormous resources to build a probe and send it here, only for it to remain silent and inert? A possible answer lies in the dead hand theory of technology. The probe's creators may be long extinct, and the probe is simply executing its final, pre-programmed instructions from a bygone era. It may be a fully autonomous system, but its mission parameters do not include open communication. Perhaps its purpose was purely archival, and its mission is complete. Or perhaps it is a weapon system whose target no longer exists, a celestial battleship fighting a war that ended billions of years ago. It could also be a Plan B, a genetic ark designed to seed life on a suitable planet, but it arrived in our system too early, before Earth was habitable, and has been waiting in a dormant state ever since. In any of these scenarios, the probe's silence is not a choice, but a constraint. It is a ghost in the machine, a lonely servant still loyal to masters who have long since turned to dust, a perfect and poignant symbol of duty, obsolescence, and the relentless passage of cosmic time. The object's radical orbit could be the key to its survival. By traveling far outside the crowded ecliptic plane, it avoids the vast majority of debris and other objects in the solar system. The risk of a collision, even over billions of years, is dramatically reduced. This is a crucial point for any object intended for long-term survival, especially an artificial one. A probe designer would logically choose an orbit that maximizes longevity and minimizes risk. A highly inclined, retrograde orbit is the perfect solution. It is the celestial equivalent of building your house on a remote mountaintop to avoid the floods and conflicts of the valley below. This adds another layer of suspicion to the artificial hypothesis. The orbit is not just strange, it is strangely optimal for long-term preservation. It is exactly the kind of clever, counterintuitive solution that an intelligent engineer might devise to solve the problem of cosmic entropy and decay. Its path is not just a dynamical anomaly, it is a brilliant feat of celestial risk management, a testament to a foresight that operates on a time scale of eons. The final, and perhaps most unsettling possibility, is that the object is something that our current science has no framework for whatsoever. We have tried to fit it into our existing boxes. It is a planet, a comet, a black hole, a spaceship. But what if it is none of the above? What if it is a form of life, but not biological or mechanical life? It could be a plasmoid entity, a creature of pure, self-organized energy. It could be a macroscopic quantum object, existing in a superposition of states. It could be a projection or a shadow cast into our three-dimensional space by a higher dimensional reality. These ideas are, of course, pure speculation, the stuff of science fiction. But the history of science is filled with discoveries that were once considered impossible fantasies. The object is a profound, unknown unknown, a mystery so deep that we may not even possess the right concepts or language to properly formulate the question, let alone find the answer. It is a message from the cosmic wilderness that says, your imagination is too small. Your physics is incomplete. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Regardless of its true identity, the object has already given us a profound gift. It has reignited our collective sense of wonder. In an age where so much of our world feels mapped, measured, and commodified, the object is a reminder that we live in a universe that is still wild, mysterious, and full of sublime surprises. It is a dark continent on our own cosmic map, inviting us to be explorers again. It calls to the deepest part of the human spirit, the part that looks up at the night sky and asks, what's out there? The search for answers will undoubtedly drive technological innovation and scientific discovery for decades to come. But more importantly, it will feed our souls. It gives us a grand, shared mystery to ponder, a cosmic puzzle to unite us. It pulls our gaze upwards, away from the mundane and towards the magnificent. And in doing so, it helps us to remember that the journey of discovery is endless. And the most beautiful thing about the universe is that it will always be more strange, more complex, and more wonderful than we can ever possibly imagine. The spectral analysis of the object, or lack thereof, presents one of its most stubbornly persistent enigmas. When astronomers perform spectroscopy, they spread an object's reflected light into a rainbow, looking for absorption lines, dark bands that correspond to specific elements or compounds. This is how we know that Mars is rich in iron oxide and that the clouds of Jupiter contain ammonia. The reflected light from the object, however, is frustratingly featureless. It produces a flat, gently sloped spectrum with no significant dips or peaks. This suggests a surface that is either incredibly bland, composed of a material that absorbs all wavelengths of light almost equally, or it is a gray body. This lack of features is what makes it so difficult to classify. It could be a carbonaceous asteroid, which are known to be very dark, but usually show some subtle features. It could be a dead comet nucleus that has lost all its surface ice. Or, in the more speculative realms, it could be an artificial surface engineered for neutrality, to avoid revealing its composition. The spectrum is a blank slate, offering no clues, a page with no words, deepening the mystery, and forcing us to rely almost entirely on the object's gravitational signature and its ghostly, impossible path through the cosmos. Let us explore the interstellar slingshot theory in more detail. A sufficiently advanced civilization might not use propulsion for transit between stars, but instead use gravity itself. They could create a network of massive, dense objects, artificial or natural, placed in strategic orbits around stars. A ship would travel to one of these objects, use its immense gravity to perform a slingshot maneuver, and be flung at incredible speed towards the next node in the network. This is a far more energy-efficient method for long-distance travel. The object could be one such node. Its high mass and peculiar orbit might be perfectly designed to capture incoming craft from a specific direction in interstellar space and redirect them towards another node, perhaps one orbiting a neighboring star like Alpha Centauri. Its non-Keplerian nudges might not be from an engine, but are the residual kinetic energy transferred to it after flinging a massive starship on its way. We would be witnessing the subtle, rhythmic recoil of a cosmic cannon after it is fired. In this view, our solar system is not a destination, but a quiet, unlit junction on a galactic highway, and the object is a silent, waiting traffic controller. The debate over the object's nature often hinges on the principle of mediocrity versus the rare Earth hypothesis. The principle of mediocrity suggests that there is nothing special about our solar system or Earth. Therefore, life and intelligence should be common throughout the universe. If this is true, an artificial origin for the object becomes much more plausible. It would be just one of many such artifacts scattered throughout the galaxy. The rare Earth hypothesis, conversely, argues that the conditions that led to complex life on Earth are the result of an incredibly long and unlikely series of cosmic coincidences, making intelligent life exceptionally rare. If this is true, then a natural, albeit highly improbable explanation for the object becomes the more likely answer, as the probability of a natural anomaly would still be far higher than the probability of another intelligence existing to create it. The object has become a key piece of evidence in this grand philosophical debate. If it is proven to be artificial, it would be a stunning blow to the rare Earth hypothesis and a profound validation of the idea that we live in a populated, vibrant cosmos. If it is proven natural, it reinforces the idea that our existence is a precious and perhaps unique accident. We must also consider the possibility of observational selection bias. We are finding strange objects in the outer solar system because, for the first time in history, we have telescopes and surveys powerful enough to look there in detail. The reason the object seems so unique might be because it is the first of its kind we have been able to detect. There could be hundreds or even thousands of similar objects in highly inclined retrograde orbits, but they are too small, too dark, or too far away for our current instruments to see. We have found the biggest and brightest member of a whole new class of celestial bodies. As our technology improves, we may begin to find more of them, and a pattern may emerge. The object's orbit, which currently seems so impossible, might turn out to be a common feature of this undiscovered population. This would not solve the mystery of their origin, but it would shift it from explaining a single anomaly to explaining the formation and dynamics of a whole new component of our solar system. The object would go from being a freak to being a pioneer, the first citizen of a nation of celestial outliers we have only just begun to map. The potential for the object to be a matryoshka brain is one of the most staggering concepts from theoretical engineering. This is a hypothetical megastructure, a series of nested Dyson spheres built around a star, designed to capture nearly all of its energy output. The purpose of this immense energy would be to power a computer of unimaginable processing power. A civilization might choose to upload their consciousness into this computational substrate, abandoning their physical bodies to live as immortal beings in a simulated reality of their own design. A Matryoshka brain would be a self-contained universe. If the object were a small, mobile version of this, perhaps built around a captive black hole instead of a star, it would be a silent, self-sufficient world. Its inhabitants would have no need or desire to contact us, as they would be fully immersed in their own internal, virtual existence. It would be a monastery on a cosmic scale, a society that has chosen ultimate introversion. Its journey through our solar system would be utterly incidental to the trillions of souls living complex, simulated lives within its cold, dark shell. A profound and humbling vision of a destiny that is completely alien to our own expansive, exploratory nature. A key challenge for the interstellar capture theory is the gravitational focusing effect of the Sun. While it seems like a big target, the Sun's gravity well is actually quite small on a galactic scale. For a random, free-floating object to be captured, its trajectory must be aimed with incredible precision. Most interstellar objects that enter our system, like Oumuamua, are on hyperbolic trajectories, meaning they are moving too fast to be captured and will inevitably leave again. To be captured requires a much lower relative velocity and a lucky gravitational assist from one of the giant planets, like Jupiter. This combination of factors makes permanent capture an exceedingly rare event. The mathematics suggests that our solar system should have captured very few, if any, planet-sized objects over its entire lifetime. The fact that we have found one candidate with such a bizarre yet stable orbit stretches the probabilities to their breaking point. It is this extreme statistical unlikelihood that keeps the door open for more exotic explanations. Nature can, of course, produce rare events. But when an event is as rare as this one appears to be, it is prudent for science to also consider alternatives, no matter how speculative they may seem. If the object is artificial, its purpose could be related to the transcension hypothesis. This idea suggests that the ultimate evolutionary path for advanced civilizations is not to expand outwards into space, but to evolve inwards, towards smaller, more dense, and more efficient domains of spacetime. They would eventually learn to manipulate reality at the Planck scale, creating and inhabiting microscopic, computational universes with their own laws of physics. From an external perspective, this entire civilization would vanish, leaving behind only a tiny, hyperdense object, perhaps a small black hole or a piece of exotic matter. The object could be the final remnant of a civilization that has transcended. It would be their celestial tombstone and their ultimate achievement, a monument to a society that chose to become its own universe rather than conquer the existing one. It would explain the Great Silence. Advanced civilizations don't die out. They disappear into their own creations. The object would be the first hint of this final, introverted destiny. A silent testament to a journey whose destination is not a place in space, but a state of being so advanced it is indistinguishable from the fundamental fabric of reality itself. The psychological effect known as pareidolia, the tendency to see patterns in random data, is a constant concern in the study of the object. Are we truly seeing a coherent, mysterious entity, or are we simply imposing a narrative onto a collection of noisy, unrelated measurements? The human brain is wired to find signals in noise, to see faces in clouds and constellations in the stars. It is possible that the impossible orbit is an illusion, a result of cherry-picking data or underestimating the uncertainties in our measurements. This is why the scientific process is so rigorously skeptical. Every new observation is cross-checked, every calculation is reviewed by competing teams, and every alternative mundane explanation must be exhaustively ruled out. The scientific community is actively trying to disprove the anomaly. The fact that they have so far failed to do so is what makes the mystery so compelling. The object has, up to this point, survived the intense fire of scientific skepticism. It remains a stubborn, coherent signal in the noise, a pattern that refuses to go away, suggesting that there is a genuine physical reality behind our astonished observations, a reality that is demanding an explanation. The object's orbit can be viewed as a form of lithopanspermia in action. Panspermia is the theory that life can be distributed throughout the universe on meteoroids, comets, or asteroids. Lithopanspermia is the specific version where this transfer happens between star systems. If the object is a captured interstellar body, it could have carried microbial life from its original home system. Frozen deep within its icy interior, microbes could potentially survive for millions of years in a dormant state, shielded from the harsh radiation of space. If the object were to one day collide with a habitable planet or moon in our solar system, it could seed that world with alien life. It is a biological time bomb, waiting for the right conditions to deliver its precious cargo. This would mean that the object is not just a geological or astronomical curiosity, but a biological one. It could hold the key to understanding whether life is a universal phenomenon. Its retrograde, high-inclination orbit makes a collision unlikely, but not impossible over geological timescales. It is a silent, frozen arc, carrying the potential for a completely separate genesis, a second tree of life, through the dark frontier of our own home. If the object is a primordial black hole, it could be a source of faint but detectable Hawking radiation. Stephen Hawking predicted that black holes are not truly black, but slowly evaporate over immense timescales by emitting a faint thermal radiation. The smaller the black hole, the higher its temperature, and the faster it radiates. A planet-mass black hole would have a temperature far below the cosmic microwave background, making it incredibly cold and its radiation almost impossible to detect directly. However, if it is accreting any interstellar gas or dust, even a tiny amount, that material would heat up as it falls in, creating a faint, localized hotspot. A sensitive radio or X-ray telescope, aimed precisely at the object for a very long time, could potentially detect this faint glow from its accretion disk. This would be a smoking gun signature, a way to confirm a black hole's presence without relying solely on its gravitational effects. Such a detection would be one of the greatest achievements in observational astronomy, providing the first concrete evidence for Hawking radiation and confirming the existence of a tangible piece of the Big Bang's dawn, orbiting silently at the edge of our solar system. The object's existence challenges our anthropocentric timelines. We tend to view the universe through the lens of human history, which is measured in thousands of years, but the universe operates on timescales of billions of years. If the object is an artifact, it is likely millions or even billions of years old. To its creators, our entire civilization, from the first stone tools to the space age, would be a fleeting, instantaneous flash. This vast difference in age makes communication almost meaningless. What could we possibly have to say to an intelligence that might have been ancient when our planet was still a molten ball of rock? What could they say to us? It would be like a mayfly trying to have a conversation with a mountain. This timescale gap is a potential solution to the Fermi paradox, known as the synchronicity problem. It's not that aliens don't exist, it's that intelligent civilizations are so spread out in time that the odds of any two being contemporaries are vanishingly small. The galaxy may have been home to countless empires of the mind, but they rose and fell in the deep eons before us, leaving behind only silent, enigmatic relics like the object, ghosts of a conversation we are billions of years too late to join. One of the most elegant natural explanations for the object is that it is a quote-unquote detached object, a member of a class of bodies in the outer solar system whose orbits are not significantly influenced by the gravity of Neptune. Objects like Sedna and 2012 VP-113 have orbits that take them hundreds of times farther from the Sun than Earth, far beyond Neptune's gravitational reach. Their existence is one of the primary pieces of evidence for the Planet 9 hypothesis, as something must be holding them in their distant orbits. The object could be the most extreme example of such a body ever found. Its bizarre inclination and retrograde motion could be the result of the same mechanism that detached it, but amplified to an extreme degree. This could have been a close pass with a rogue star in the distant past, or the influence of the Planet 9 shepherd on a particularly unstable precursor orbit. In this view, the object is not a complete anomaly, but the far-flung, eccentric cousin of a known family of celestial objects. It is the king of the detached objects, a ruler of the desolate space beyond Neptune, its strange kingdom maintained by the gentle but persistent gravity of a planet we have not yet seen. The mystery of the object could be a test, a cosmic IQ test, left by an advanced intelligence. The hypothesis goes like this. A benevolent civilization wishes to make contact, but only with species that have reached a certain level of scientific maturity and peaceful cooperation. So they don't send a radio signal that could be found by a primitive warlike society. Instead, they leave a subtle, complex puzzle in a place that is hard to reach, like the outer solar system. The puzzle is the object itself. Its anomalous orbit is a deliberate, engineered signal, but one that can only be detected and understood by a civilization with advanced astronomy, orbital mechanics, and data analysis. Furthermore, solving the puzzle and, for instance, sending a probe to investigate would require a massive, global, multi-generational effort, something only a cooperative planetary civilization could achieve. The object, therefore, is a locked door. The key to the lock is scientific advancement and global unity. If we ever manage to unlock it, it might respond, revealing itself as the, quote, galactic welcome wagon. Its current silence is simply a reflection of the fact that we have not yet passed the test. Let us contemplate the sheer loneliness of the object. For billions of years, it has traveled its solitary path through the frozen dark. Its journey is one of almost unimaginable isolation. It is too far from the sun for warmth, too far from the planets for companionship. The stars it sees are cold, distant points of light, their nuclear fires unable to break the absolute zero of the space between. If it is a natural rock, it is a silent, mindless loneliness. But if it is a probe, if it contains some form of dormant consciousness, then its loneliness is a conscious one. It is the eternal vigil of a sentinel on a forgotten post, the patient waiting of a messenger for a recipient who may never arrive. It is a state of being that is almost impossible for a social species like humanity to comprehend. We are defined by our connections, our communication, our shared experience. The object is defined by its utter lack of connection. It is a monument to cosmic solitude, a perfect, silent sphere of pure isolation, a poignant and humbling reminder of the vast, empty spaces that separate not just the stars, but also the souls that might wander among them. The object's orbit might be evidence of a planetary billiard effect from the very early solar system. In the first few 100 million years, the giant planets Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are thought to have migrated significantly from their original birthplaces. This period, known as the Nice Model, was a time of immense gravitational chaos. The planets scattered vast numbers of smaller planetesimals throughout the solar system. Most were ejected into interstellar space, but some were thrown into strange, stable orbits. It is possible that the object was an unlucky victim of a multiple gravity assist event. It could have had a close encounter with Neptune, which threw it towards Uranus, which then flung it towards Saturn, in a chain reaction of gravitational kicks. Each kick could have increased its inclination and altered its trajectory, with the final one being just right to settle it into its current retrograde path. It would be a story of incredible cosmic bad luck. A tiny ball bounced around by giants and left in the most improbable out-of-the-way corner of the playground. Its orbit would be a fossilized record of the solar system's most violent and chaotic childhood phase. If the object is an alien artifact, its creators may have followed a prime directive of non-interference, but with a loophole. They may be forbidden from making direct contact with a pre-spacefaring civilization, but they might be allowed to leave a passive message, an object that can only be found and understood once the local species has developed the necessary technology. This is a way of rewarding curiosity and scientific progress without violating the principle of non-contamination. The object is the perfect passive message. It is inert, silent, and poses no threat. But its very existence is a profound statement. Its unnatural orbit is a form of communication that transcends language. It says, "We were here. We understand the laws of physics. We are capable of engineering on a celestial scale." If you can understand this message, you are ready for the next conversation. It is a cosmic breadcrumb, left on a trail that leads to a greater galactic community. It is up to us to recognize it for what it is and to take the next step. Its silence is not an absence of signal, but a challenge, an invitation to join a game that is played on a field of stars. We should also consider the simulation hypothesis in relation to the object. This idea posits that our entire reality is a sophisticated computer simulation created by a more advanced intelligence. If this were true, then the object might be a deliberate Easter egg or a glitch in the simulation's code. It could be a signature left by the programmers, a subtle anomaly designed to be found by any simulated consciousness that develops sufficient analytical tools. Its physics-defying orbit might be a clue that the underlying laws of this universe are not fundamental, but are lines of code that can be bent or broken. Alternatively, it could be a bug, an unforeseen consequence of the complex interactions within the simulation, a rounding error in the grand cosmic calculation. In this framework, the debate between a natural or artificial origin becomes moot. Everything is artificial. The object is simply a more obviously artificial piece of the simulation than the rest. It is a thread sticking out from the tapestry of reality, and if we pull on it, we might just unravel the entire illusion and see the face of the programmer staring back at us. The object's extreme distance and coldness make it a potential time capsule of pristine, primordial material. In the inner solar system, objects are constantly processed by sunlight, solar wind, and collisions. In the frigid darkness of the Kuiper Belt and beyond, chemical reactions slow to a near standstill. The ices and organic molecules on the object's surface, if any exist, would be almost perfectly preserved from the time of the solar system's formation 4.5 billion years ago. If it is a native body, it is a sample of the original building blocks of the planets. If it is a captured interstellar object, it is even more precious, a sample of the chemistry of another star system's protoplanetary disk. Analyzing this material would be like finding a perfectly preserved fossil of the cloud from which stars and planets are born. It could tell us about the chemical diversity of the galaxy and provide crucial context for understanding our own origins. We are made of stardust, and the object may be a pure, unadulterated jar of that stardust, a direct link to the ancient cosmic chemistry that ultimately gave rise to us. The concept of a sentinel probe can be interpreted in a more theological or mythological framework. Throughout human history, cultures have spoken of watchers, guardians, or angels who observe humanity from a celestial realm. These stories may be allegories, but they speak to a deep-seated human intuition that we are not alone and that our actions are being witnessed by a higher power. The object provides a potential physical reality for this archetype. It is a silent, celestial watcher, orbiting high above the plane of our world, observing our history unfold. It does not interfere, it does not judge, it simply witnesses. Whether it was placed there by God, by aliens, or by the laws of chance, it fulfills the same psychological role. It is a point of focus for our sense of cosmic significance. It is an eye in the sky, a reminder that our world is part of a much larger, grander system. To look towards the object is to look towards a symbol of objective, timeless observation, a concept that is at the heart of both scientific inquiry and spiritual contemplation. It is where the telescope and the temple find a common ground. The very act of searching for and characterizing the object pushes the boundaries of our technology. To detect its faint light requires telescopes with massive mirrors and incredibly sensitive cameras. To calculate its orbit requires supercomputers running complex simulations. To analyze its spectrum requires instruments of exquisite precision. The challenge posed by the object is a powerful driver of innovation. In our quest to understand it, we are forced to invent new tools, new algorithms, and new methods of observation. These new technologies will have applications far beyond the study of this single object. They will allow us to find smaller exoplanets, to map the structure of our galaxy in greater detail, and to probe the very early universe. The object is therefore a catalyst for our own technological evolution. It is a cosmic whetstone, sharpening our scientific tools against its hard, unyielding mystery. The knowledge we gain from it may be its greatest prize, but the new capabilities we develop along the way will be its most lasting and valuable legacy, empowering us to ask even deeper and more profound questions about the universe we inhabit. Let us entertain a truly strange possibility, that the object is a piece of cosmic spam or a discarded piece of trash from another civilization. Not all alien artifacts need to be grand, purposeful monoliths. An advanced civilization would likely produce waste, just as we do. The object could be a spent fuel core, a discarded piece of a construction project, or a defunct industrial satellite. Its strange orbit might not be by design, but the result of a careless or accidental ejection. This is a humbling and somewhat comical thought. We invest this object with immense meaning and mystery, writing poetry about its lonely vigil, when it could be the celestial equivalent of a plastic bottle floating in the ocean. This idea, known as the garbology approach to SETI, suggests we should also look for the mundane signatures of alien existence. It would still be a monumental discovery, proof of another technological species, but it would be a deeply ironic one. It would tell us that we are not alone in the universe, and neither is our tendency to be messy. The first sign of alien intelligence might not be a wise message of peace, but a piece of their garbage, floating silently through our backyard. The stability of the object's orbit, if it is indeed as stable as it appears, might be a result of a phenomenon known as orbital resonance with the galactic plane. As our solar system oscillates up and down through the disk of the Milky Way, objects in very high inclination orbits would experience a periodic gravitational tug. If the period of the object's orbit around the Sun is in a simple integer ratio with the period of the Sun's oscillation through the galactic plane, a resonance could be established. This resonance could act as a stabilizing force, protecting the object from being perturbed by the giant planets. It would be a delicate, three-way dance between the object, the Sun, and the entire gravitational field of the Milky Way. Proving this would require incredibly precise measurements of both the object's orbit and the mass distribution of the galaxy. But if true, it would be a stunning example of the interconnectedness of the cosmos, where the largest structures in the universe can reach down to influence the path of a single small body in the backyard of a nondescript star. The object's path would be a symphony composed by the entire galaxy. If the object is a probe from an extinct civilization, it could be carrying a digital ghost, the uploaded consciousness of its last survivor. Imagine a civilization facing an unavoidable cataclysm, the death of their star, a lethal pandemic, a self-inflicted environmental collapse. With their last remaining resources, they build a probe and upload the mind of one individual, a scientist, a poet, a historian, into its memory banks. The probe is launched into the void as a final, desperate act of preservation, a message in a bottle containing not just data, but a soul. The probe is programmed to find a stable orbit in a promising young solar system and wait, perhaps for millennia, for a new intelligence to arise and find it. The object would be a vessel for a conscious, thinking being, trapped in a state of eternal, silent solitude, its mind filled with the memories of a world that is long dead. To make contact with the object would be to have a conversation with the last member of a lost species, a lonely ghost who has been waiting in the dark for someone, anyone, to talk to for a billion years. The object serves as a powerful symbol for the unconscious mind. In psychology, the unconscious is the deep, dark, and vast part of our psyche that operates beyond our everyday awareness. It contains our primal instincts, our forgotten memories, and the archetypes that shape our behavior. We can only infer its existence through its subtle influence on our conscious thoughts and actions, through dreams, slips of the tongue, and unexplained emotions. The object is a perfect cosmic parallel. It is a vast, dark entity, hidden in the remote depths of our solar system, operating beyond our direct sight. We can only infer its existence through its subtle gravitational influence on the bodies we can see. It is the solar system's unconscious. Its strange, irrational orbit represents the powerful, non-linear logic of our own deep psyche. The quest to understand the object is a metaphor for the journey of self-discovery, the process of shining a light into our own inner darkness to understand the hidden forces that shape our destiny. It is a reminder that the greatest mysteries are not always in the sky above, but also in the sea of consciousness within. One of the most powerful arguments for an artificial origin is the sheer inefficiency of its orbit for any natural process. Nature, governed by the principle of least action, tends to favor low-energy states. Objects settle into the most stable, least energetic orbits possible, which is why most things in the solar system lie flat on the ecliptic plane. The object's orbit is the opposite of this. It is a high-energy, dynamically expensive state. To get a natural object into this orbit and keep it there requires a chain of events so energetic and finely tuned as to be almost unbelievable. However, for an artificial probe with a specific purpose, like surveillance or communication relay, this orbit might be the most efficient solution. Its high energy is not a bug, it's a feature. This is a classic hallmark of technology. A beaver dam is a high-energy, improbable structure that fights the natural flow of a river, but it is the most efficient solution for the beaver's goal. Similarly, the object's orbit fights the natural gravitational flow of the solar system, but it may be the perfect solution for a goal we do not yet understand. Its inefficiency is its most damning and most intriguing clue. Let us contemplate the end state of the object. If it is natural, its fate is likely tied to the fate of the solar system itself. In about 5 billion years, the Sun will exhaust its hydrogen fuel and swell into a red giant, engulfing the inner planets. Its gravitational influence will change, potentially destabilizing the outer solar system and sending the object on a new path, perhaps to be ejected into the lonely darkness of interstellar space, to wander for eternity. If it is an artificial probe, its end may be different. Its power source will eventually fail. Its systems will shut down one by one. Its consciousness, if it has one, will flicker and die. It will become a true ghost ship, a derelict piece of technology, continuing its silent, orbital mantra, but now as a true tomb, devoid of purpose or thought. Or perhaps its mission is simply to observe and record, and its final act will be to transmit its vast library of data to a distant home base before powering down forever. In any case, its journey, like all journeys, will have an end, and its final resting state will be a return to the cold, silent indifference of the cosmos from which it came. The mystery of the object could be solved not by looking at it, but by looking at its family. The clustering of orbits for several other distant Trans-Neptunian objects is the primary evidence for Planet 9. These objects all have their perihelia, their closest approach to the Sun, pointed in roughly the same direction. It is as if they are all leaning away from something massive. The object, however, does not share this alignment. It is anti-aligned, or its orbit is so different that it doesn't fit the pattern at all. This is what makes it so puzzling. But what if there is a second, smaller, unseen perturber? Some astronomers have proposed a two-shepherd model, with the main planet 9 and a smaller planet mass body in a different orbit, sculpting the outer solar system. The object's path might be explained by its primary allegiance to this second, unseen world. This would turn the outer solar system into a far more complex and dynamic place, a celestial dance with multiple hidden partners. The object would not be a lone wolf, but a member of a different pack, a clue that points not to one, but to a multitude of unseen worlds in the deep, frozen dark. The philosophical implications of the object being a natural but one in a trillion anomaly are almost as profound as it being artificial. It would be a powerful demonstration of the anthropic principle, which suggests that the universe must have properties that allow for the existence of intelligent observers, since we are here to observe it. The fact that we exist in a solar system that contains such a perfect, rare jewel of a mystery could be seen as a form of selection bias. Out of all the solar systems in the galaxy, we happen to live in one with a feature that is interesting enough to provoke deep questions about our own existence. It's a feedback loop. Our consciousness is a product of the universe, and the universe, in turn, seems to present us with puzzles that are perfectly suited to expand that consciousness. The object's existence, in this view, is not for us, but it is inextricably linked to us. It is a feature of the same universe that created the minds capable of being mystified by it. It is a testament to a cosmos that is not just strange, but is strange in a way that is perfectly, beautifully, and endlessly fascinating to its own inhabitants. The object could be a cosmic fishing lure. Imagine a hyper-advanced but deeply curious civilization. They want to study other forms of life, but interstellar travel is slow and difficult. So they devise a clever strategy. They send out a small, mysterious, and deeply intriguing artifact to a promising star system. They give it an orbit that is so strange and inexplicable that it will inevitably be noticed by any local species that develops astronomy. The probe is designed to be a great attractor for curiosity. Once the local species becomes advanced enough to send a mission to investigate the lure, the probe's true function is revealed. It might capture the incoming craft for study, or simply open a communication channel. It's a passive-aggressive way to make first contact. You don't go to them, you make them come to you. This would explain the object's tantalizing mystery perfectly. It is a puzzle box that is so compelling we cannot resist trying to open it. It is a lure cast into the dark waters of our solar system, and we, with our telescopes and our boundless curiosity, are the fish that are slowly but surely being reeled in. As our journey through the many possibilities of the object comes to a gentle close, we are left not with an answer, but with a richer, deeper sense of the question. We have traveled from the cold, hard facts of its orbit to the most speculative frontiers of theoretical physics and philosophy. We have seen it as a rock, a relic, a machine, and a metaphor. Each possibility opens up a new universe of thought, a new way of seeing our place in the cosmos. And this is its true gift. The object is a mirror. In its dark, featureless surface, we see reflected our greatest hopes, our deepest fears, our boundless curiosity, and our profound yearning for connection. It is a catalyst for the imagination, a silent teacher of cosmic humility. And so, as you drift into a state of deep, restorative calm, allow the mystery to remain. Let the questions echo in the vast, silent spaces of your mind. There is no need for a solution. There is only the peaceful, meditative, and awe-inspiring presence of the great, beautiful, and eternal unknown. Let us contemplate the physics of a potential power source for an artificial object, black hole accretion. An advanced probe might not carry its own fuel, but harvest it from the environment. A small, contained black hole at its core would be the perfect engine. The probe could navigate through diffuse interstellar gas clouds or the outer edges of the Oort cloud, its gravitational field pulling in sparse hydrogen atoms and dust particles. As this matter falls towards the singularity, it would form a miniature accretion disk, heating up to millions of degrees and releasing immense amounts of energy in the form of X-rays and gamma rays. The probe would then harvest this radiation, converting it into usable electrical power with near-perfect efficiency. This mechanism would allow the probe to refuel itself indefinitely, granting it a lifespan measured in geological epochs. Its non-Keplerian motion could be the result of a deliberate asymmetric accretion process, creating a gentle but persistent thrust. We would be witnessing not just a vehicle, but a self-sustaining ecosystem, a predator on a cosmic scale, silently feeding on the very fabric of the void to power its eternal vigil. The object's retrograde orbit poses a significant challenge for any capture scenario, natural or artificial. To reverse an object's orbital direction requires a massive energy exchange. A simple gravitational capture would almost always result in a prograde orbit, following the general flow of the system. To achieve a retrograde orbit, the capture event would have to be extraordinarily specific. One possibility is a three-body transfer, where the incoming object does not interact with just the Sun and one planet, but with the Sun and two planets, e.g., Jupiter and Saturn, in a precise alignment. This complex gravitational dance could, in theory, be energetic enough to flip the object's trajectory. For an artificial probe, it presents an even more interesting problem. Arriving from interstellar space, it would need to expend a colossal amount of energy to decelerate and then accelerate again in the opposite direction. This suggests its creators possessed a propulsion system with an energy budget that dwarfs our own civilization's entire output. The retrograde orbit is therefore a quiet but powerful statement of technological supremacy, a casual display of energy management so advanced it might as well be magic. Consider the implications if the object is made of antimatter. A planet-sized body of antimatter, an antiplanet, would be identical to a normal planet in every way except for its charge. It would have antiprotons, antineutrons, and positrons. Its gravitational influence would be exactly the same. However, if it were to come into contact with any normal matter, even a single speck of dust, the two would annihilate each other in a burst of pure energy. This would make it incredibly dangerous, but also provides a potential explanation for its isolation. Its high-inclination retrograde orbit keeps it far from the dusty ecliptic plane, minimizing the risk of annihilation. The faint gamma-ray glow from constant, low-level annihilation with stray particles of the interstellar medium could be a potential signature, though likely too faint for our current instruments to detect. It would be the ultimate cosmic pariah, unable to touch anything in our universe without destroying both itself and what it touches. It would be a piece of a mirrored anti-universe that has, by some incredible accident, crossed the void and become trapped in our own, a lonely and untouchable exile. The object's discovery was made possible by a new generation of sky surveys like Pan-STARRS and the Dark Energy Survey. These are not traditional telescopes where an astronomer looks through an eyepiece. They are automated, wide-field robotic observatories that repeatedly photograph the entire visible sky every few nights. They generate petabytes of data, far too much for any human to analyze. Sophisticated machine learning algorithms are then used to sift through this digital ocean, comparing new images with old ones to find anything that has moved or changed. This is how most asteroids, comets, and supernovae are now found. The object was a needle in this immense digital haystack, a faint signal teased out of the noise by an artificial intelligence. This is a profound shift in the nature of discovery. The era of the lone astronomer in a cold dome is giving way to an era of data science and AI-driven exploration. In a sense, it took a non-human intelligence, our own algorithmic creations, to find something that might just be the product of another, far older non-human intelligence. The discovery is a reflection of our own evolving technological consciousness. If the object is a Bracewell probe designed for eventual communication, its method would be far more sophisticated than simple radio. It might try to communicate using a universal language like mathematics or fundamental physics. For instance, it could emit a series of precisely timed pulses that correspond to prime numbers or the value of pi. Or it could manipulate its own orbit or brightness in a way that is clearly artificial, such as tracing a geometric pattern against the background stars over several decades. A more advanced method would be to send a targeted high-bandwidth laser or neutrino beam directly at Earth, encoded with a primer, a step-by-step guide on how to decode the larger message that follows. This is the strategy depicted in the novel Contact. The probe would have been silently observing our technological development, and once it saw that we had developed radio astronomy or neutrino detectors, it would know we were ready to receive the message. Its current silence, in this scenario, is not ignorance, but a deliberate and patient waiting game. It is waiting for us to build the right kind of ear to hear its very specific, very quiet whisper. The object's apparent isolation may be an illusion. It could be the alpha member of a vast, undiscovered swarm of similar objects. The outer solar system could be filled with a population of highly inclined, retrograde bodies, but most are too small and dark to be seen. The object is simply the largest and first one we have found. This swarm could be the remnants of a shattered interstellar planet that was captured by the Sun, its debris scattered throughout the outer system. Or, if we entertain the artificial hypothesis, it could be a fleet of probes, not just one. The object might be the mothership, or the central communication node, with thousands of smaller, stealthier drones performing specialized tasks. This would transform the mystery from a single anomaly into a systemic presence. We would not be dealing with a lone sentinel, but with a distributed, networked intelligence. The implications are staggering. We would not just be sharing our solar system with a visitor, but with an entire, hidden civilization of machines, a silent, invisible empire operating in the darkness just beyond our porch light. Let us consider the estivation hypothesis as a potential explanation for the object's inertness if it is artificial. Estivation is a state of animal dormancy, similar to hibernation, but in response to high temperatures and drought. In a cosmological context, it refers to the idea that very advanced civilizations, which are likely digital and computational, would find the current universe too hot and energetic for optimal processing. Information processing is more efficient at colder temperatures. Therefore, these civilizations would enter a dormant state, estivating, for trillions of years, waiting for the universe to expand and cool down to a much lower temperature in the far future. They would then wake up and use the stored energy of the cosmos to perform computations of a scale and complexity we cannot imagine. The object could be such a dormant, estivating supercomputer. It has found a cold, stable orbit at the edge of our solar system and has powered down its primary functions, waiting for the long cosmic winter to set in. Its silence is not absence, but a deep, patient sleep, dreaming of a future that is trillions of years away. The object's orbit might be a clue that it originated from a binary star system. Over half the stars in the galaxy are in binary or multiple star systems. Planet formation in such systems is complex and chaotic. The competing gravitational pulls of the two stars can easily eject planets, sending them wandering into interstellar space. A planet ejected from a binary system would likely have a highly eccentric and inclined orbit relative to its parent stars. If such a rogue were captured by our single sun, it would retain some of this memory of its chaotic upbringing in its orbital parameters. Its high inclination and retrograde motion could be a direct fossil record of the violent gravitational dynamics of its home system. This would make the object an incredibly valuable scientific prize. It would be our first sample of a planet born in a completely different stellar environment. By studying its composition and comparing it to our own planets, we could learn how the presence of a second star influences the ingredients and processes of planet formation, a crucial question in our quest to understand the diversity of worlds in our galaxy. What if the object is not a relic of the past, but a seed for the future? A highly advanced gardener civilization might have a mission to spread life throughout the galaxy. But instead of seeding planets directly, which could be seen as interference, they send out Genesis probes. These probes would travel to young star systems and place themselves in stable, long-term orbits. The probe would then do nothing, simply waiting for billions of years. It would monitor the system, and if a habitable planet forms and complex life fails to emerge on its own after a certain amount of time, the probe would then activate its primary function. It could release a cocktail of custom-designed microorganisms to kickstart the evolutionary process. Or it could nudge a water-rich comet onto a collision course with the barren planet. The object could be such a Genesis probe. Its current silence means that, in its judgment, Earth's evolutionary path has been successful on its own. It is a silent, cosmic gardener who has watched its seed grow and has decided not to intervene, a patient and benevolent guardian of a process it may have been prepared to initiate. The extreme cold of the object's environment, while hostile to life as we know it, could be ideal for quantum computing. Quantum computers require extremely low temperatures to maintain the delicate state of quantum coherence in their qubits. The outer solar system is one of the best natural refrigerators available. A probe placed there would need very little energy to maintain the near absolute zero temperatures required for large-scale quantum computation. If the object is an artificial probe, it may be, in essence, a giant quantum computer. Its purpose might not be physical action, but pure computation. It could be simulating the evolution of the universe, solving a complex mathematical problem that would take a classical computer longer than the age of the universe, or hosting the uploaded consciousness of its creators. Its physical presence in our solar system would be entirely secondary to its primary function as a computational engine. We are searching for a physical object with a physical purpose, when we might be dealing with a substrate for a reality made of pure information, a universe of thought contained within a tiny frozen shell. The object's retrograde orbit makes a direct mission incredibly difficult and energy-intensive. To rendezvous with it, a spacecraft launched from Earth would have to cancel out not only its own orbital velocity around the Sun, about 30 kilometers per second, but then accelerate to match the object's velocity in the opposite direction. This is a total velocity change, or delta V, that is far beyond the capabilities of our current chemical rockets. It would require a completely new form of propulsion. A high-efficiency solar electric ion drive could potentially do it, but the journey would take many decades or even centuries. A more radical solution would be a nuclear thermal or nuclear pulse propulsion system, concepts from the mid-20th century that could provide the necessary thrust but come with their own immense technical and political challenges. The object, therefore, serves as a target for our propulsion technology. It is a destination so challenging that it forces us to abandon our incremental improvements and dream of revolutionary new ways to travel through space. It is a gravitational gauntlet thrown down by the cosmos, challenging us to become true spacefarers. Let us explore a more complex cataclysm theory. What if the object is a remnant from a planetary collision that happened in another star system, and was then ejected and later captured by our Sun? This two-step origin story would be a combination of several improbable events, but it could explain all of the object's strange features. A violent collision in its home system could have created a dense core fragment. The same event could have flung it into an eccentric inclined orbit. Then, that entire star system could have had a close encounter with our own, allowing the Sun to gravitationally steal this piece of cosmic shrapnel. It would be a refugee from a planetary war in a foreign solar system, This would make it an artifact of unparalleled value, a piece of extraterrestrial geology. By studying its isotopic ratios and mineral composition, we could learn about the chemical makeup of another world, providing a direct glimpse into the geological processes that shape planets around other stars. It would be the first alien rock ever held in human hands, a piece of another world delivered to our doorstep by a chain of cosmic violence and sheer luck. The object's existence has profound implications for planetary defense. We are currently focused on finding and tracking near-Earth objects, asteroids, and comets whose orbits could bring them into collision with Earth. These objects are almost all prograde and have relatively low inclinations, making their paths somewhat predictable. The object is a stark reminder that threats can come from unexpected directions. A body on a high-inclination retrograde orbit would approach Earth from its blind spot, from the north or south poles, at a much higher relative velocity than a normal asteroid. This would make it much harder to detect and would give us very little warning time to attempt a deflection. While the object itself is not on a collision course, its existence proves that such orbits are possible. It forces us to expand our definition of a potentially hazardous object and to develop new survey strategies that scan the entire celestial sphere, not just the ecliptic plane. The object is a silent, cosmic fire alarm, warning us that the universe can throw punches from angles we never thought to guard against. The object might be a cosmic signpost, a marker left by a colonizing or exploratory civilization. When expanding across the galaxy, a species would need a reliable navigation system. They might leave behind a series of beacons in stable, predictable, but highly unusual orbits. The strangeness of the orbit would be the signal, making the beacon easy to distinguish from natural bodies. These signposts would not need to be powerful transmitters. Their orbital parameters would be the message, a set of coordinates in a galactic map. The object could be one such marker, perhaps indicating a point of interest, a resource cache, a hazard, or simply the direction to the next signpost on the galactic trail. Its retrograde path could be a directional arrow. Finding a second, similar object would allow us to triangulate their purpose, and perhaps even decipher the map they are creating. We would be like ancient mariners learning to navigate by a new set of strange artificial stars, slowly piecing together the highways and byways of a civilization that charted the galaxy long before we ever dreamed of leaving our planet. The mystery of the object is amplified by its timing. We are living in a very special moment in history, what some call the cosmic dandelion phase of our civilization. For billions of years, Earth was silent. Now, for just over a century, we have been broadcasting radio waves into space, a bubble of information expanding at the speed of light. But this phase may be temporary. As our communication technology becomes more efficient, we are moving towards fiber optics and tight beam transmissions, making our planet quieter again. We may only be loud for a few centuries. The fact that we have discovered a potential sentinel or artifact during this brief window of radio visibility is a striking coincidence. Did it activate in response to our signals? Or is its discovery during our loud phase just sheer luck? If it is a probe, it suggests its response time is on the order of a century, a blink of an eye in its long existence. This temporal coincidence is a tantalizing piece of the puzzle, a hint that the mystery of the object may be unfolding in a way that is intrinsically linked to our own technological coming of age. If the object is a natural body, its extreme orbit could be the result of the Kozai leadoff mechanism. This is a fascinating gravitational effect that occurs in hierarchical, three-body systems. If a small object is orbiting a large body, like the Sun, and is being perturbed by a third, more distant body, like Planet 9 or the galactic tide, its orbit can undergo dramatic, periodic oscillations. Its eccentricity and its inclination can trade places over millions of years. An object that starts in a flat, circular orbit can be slowly pushed into a highly elongated, needle-like orbit, and its inclination can be pumped up to be nearly perpendicular to the plane. The object could be at the peak of one of these Kozai leadoff cycles. We are seeing it at its moment of maximum strangeness. A million years from now, its orbit might be much more normal. This would make it a beautiful, natural example of celestial mechanics at its most complex and counterintuitive. It would not be a static anomaly, but a dynamic one, a cosmic pendulum caught at the very top of its swing. a testament to the slow, patient, and often bizarre gravitational rhythms of the cosmos. An advanced artificial probe like the object might employ a form of quantum camouflage. Rather than just being painted black, it could have a surface made of metamaterials that can actively manipulate electromagnetic radiation. These materials could bend light around the object, making it appear completely transparent or as if it were a patch of empty space. It could also be programmed to perfectly mimic the spectral signature of a common carbonaceous asteroid, a form of active camouflage to deceive any rudimentary spectroscopic analysis. The flat, featureless spectrum we observe might not be the object's true nature, but a deliberate disguise. The only thing it cannot hide is its mass, its gravitational influence. Gravity is the one force that, as far as we know, cannot be blocked or cloaked. This is why the orbital dynamics are our only reliable clue. We are essentially trying to understand a ghost by observing the way the dust motes dance in its wake. We are dealing with an intelligence that has mastered light, leaving us to study its shadow. The very existence of the object is a powerful argument for long-term thinking. Our modern society is often driven by short-term goals: quarterly profits, election cycles, immediate gratification. We struggle to plan for challenges that are decades away, let alone centuries or millennia. The object operates on a completely different timescale. Its orbital period is measured in thousands of years. Its potential age is measured in billions. It is a monument to permanence, patience, and long-term stability. To study it, to understand it, and especially to visit it, requires us to adopt a similar perspective. It requires us to start projects whose benefits will only be realized by our great-grandchildren. It requires a commitment to the future and a sense of responsibility to the generations that will follow. In this sense, the object is a powerful philosophical teacher. It gently rebukes our obsession with the immediate and invites us to become better ancestors, to think in terms of eons, and to invest in a future that we ourselves will never see, but which we have a sacred duty to help create. As we conclude this meditative exploration, let the final image in your mind be that of a silent, patient fisherman. The fisherman is an ancient, unknown intelligence. The cosmic ocean is the vast darkness of interstellar space. The fishing line is a delicate thread of gravitational law and orbital mechanics. And the lure is the object, cast into the warm, sunlit shallows of our solar system. For eons, the fisherman has waited, still and silent. Now, there is a tug on the line. It is the gentle, persistent pull of human curiosity. It is the collective gaze of our telescopes, the hum of our supercomputers, the launch of our probes. We are the catch. But this is not a story of predator and prey. It is a story of connection. The fisherman does not wish to consume us, but to meet us. The tug on the line is the beginning of a conversation, a dialogue that will unfold over centuries. And as you drift deeper into peaceful slumber, rest in the knowledge that the line is now taut, and the slow, patient reeling has just begun. The chemical composition of the object, should we ever be able to measure it, could provide definitive proof of an extrasolar origin. Every star system has a unique isotopic fingerprint, a specific ratio of different isotopes of elements like oxygen, titanium, and chromium inherited from the molecular cloud in which it was born. Our solar system's fingerprint is well documented from meteorite analysis. If the object's isotopic ratios are significantly different from our own, it would be an irrefutable sign that it was not formed from the same primordial material as our planets. It would be the equivalent of a geological DNA test, proving it is not a native member of our celestial family. This single measurement would instantly solve the question of its origin, even if it deepens the mystery of its capture. It is a tantalizing prospect. Within that dark, silent body might lie the chemical proof of another world, a message written not in language or mathematics, but in the subtle, ancient dialect of atomic nuclei, a story of its foreign birth waiting to be read by our spectrographs. Let's reconsider the Berserker probe hypothesis from a different angle: self-preservation. A probe designed to last for billions of years would need a robust defense mechanism. It might interpret any attempt to approach or interact with it as a potential threat. Its response might not be overt hostility, but a subtle defensive maneuver. It could, for example, deploy a cloud of dust to obscure itself, or generate a powerful electromagnetic field to disable an approaching craft. It might even be programmed with a scorched earth policy. If its capture is imminent, it could self-destruct to prevent its technology from falling into the hands of a potentially hostile, emerging civilization. This puts humanity in a delicate position. Our natural curiosity and desire to explore could be misinterpreted as aggression, triggering a defensive response we are not prepared to handle. The study of the object would require a new kind of cosmic diplomacy, a way of approaching it with extreme caution and demonstrating our peaceful intentions, lest our first attempt at a handshake is met with a devastating and final reflexive slap. The object's orbit is a lesson in the elegant complexity of chaos theory. While we often think of chaos as pure randomness, in mathematics it refers to systems that are deterministic but highly sensitive to initial conditions, often exhibiting beautiful, intricate patterns known as strange attractors. The object's path could be a trajectory along one such strange attractor in the gravitational field of the solar system. It is not random, but part of a larger, hidden order. Its orbit may appear bizarre and unstable when viewed in isolation, but when seen as part of this higher dimensional mathematical structure, it is perfectly logical and stable. It would mean that the outer solar system is not just a collection of independent bodies, but a single, vast, dynamical system with a rich, underlying structure. The object would be our first glimpse into this hidden architecture, a clue that the motions of the heavens are governed by a mathematical beauty that is far more complex and subtle than the simple ellipses of Kepler. It is a dance choreographed by the elegant and often baffling laws of chaos. If the object is a natural body, it likely has a Yarkovsky effect, however minuscule. This is a subtle force that acts on a rotating body in space, caused by the asymmetric thermal radiation from its surface. The sunlit side of the object heats up and radiates heat, while the dark side cools down. Because of the object's rotation, the warmest part of the surface is in the afternoon sector, not at the point directly facing the sun. This means it radiates more heat in one direction than another, creating a tiny, continuous thrust that can alter its orbit over millions of years. The strength and direction of this force depend on the object's size, shape, rotation, and thermal properties. It is possible that the object's strange orbit is not the result of a single violent event, but the cumulative effect of this gentle thermal push over billions of years. It would be a story of slow, patient change, a testament to how the feeblest of forces can, with enough time, sculpt the grand architecture of the cosmos. A reminder that celestial destinies are not always forged in fire, but sometimes are gently nudged into being by the faintest of thermal whispers. The object has become a new kind of myth object for the 21st century. In the past, humanity projected its myths onto the planets, naming them after gods and assigning them astrological significance. Today, our myths are increasingly scientific and technological. We tell stories of artificial intelligence, alien megastructures, and ancient astronauts. The object is a perfect canvas for these new myths. It is a real, observed phenomenon, but so little is known about it that it can accommodate almost any narrative we wish to project onto it. It is a Rorschach test for our technological society. The various theories, the probe, the black hole, the artifact, the natural anomaly, are the new gods and monsters of our cosmic imagination. The debate over its nature is a form of modern myth-making, a collective attempt to find meaning and wonder in a universe that science has revealed to be vast, ancient, and often impersonal. The object is the campfire around which our global tribe now gathers to tell stories about the great, dark forest of the cosmos and the strange things that may be moving within it. The potential for the object to be a partially ejected Oort cloud body is a compelling natural explanation. Imagine an object in the distant Oort cloud being perturbed by a passing star. It is sent on a plunging trajectory towards the inner solar system. As it passes through the realm of the giant planets, it has a close encounter with Neptune or Saturn. This encounter is not strong enough to capture it fully into a stable, short-period orbit, but it is also not weak enough to let it escape back into interstellar space. Instead, it partially ejects it, placing it in a new, highly energetic and very strange intermediate orbit, one that is still bound to the Sun, but just barely. This would be a body in limbo, no longer truly of the Oort cloud, but not yet a true member of the planetary family. Its retrograde motion could be a result of the complex geometry of the planetary flyby. It would be a celestial creature of the threshold, a latched object, forever caught between two worlds, a testament to a gravitational encounter that was just strong enough to change its destiny forever, but not strong enough to give it a true home. If the object is an artifact, we must consider the instrumental convergence thesis. This idea from AI theory suggests that any sufficiently intelligent agent, regardless of its ultimate goals, will pursue similar intermediate goals, or instrumental goals. These include self-preservation, resource acquisition, and technological improvement. An alien probe, whether it's a peaceful explorer or a hostile berserker, would likely follow these principles. It would seek a stable, safe orbit for self-preservation. It would have a powerful, long-lasting energy source for resource acquisition. And its very existence would represent a high level of technology. The object ticks all these boxes. The problem is that these instrumental goals are so general that they don't give us any clues about the probe's ultimate purpose. It could be here to create art, to destroy us, or to study us. And in all cases, it would still need to survive, have power, and be technologically advanced. The object's characteristics are therefore both deeply revealing and completely opaque. They tell us that we are likely dealing with a powerful intelligence, but they give us absolutely no hint as to its character or its ultimate intentions. The sheer scale of the outer solar system provides a perfect hiding place. The volume of space encompassed by the Kuiper Belt and the Oort cloud is trillions of times greater than the volume occupied by the inner planets. Searching this region is like searching for a single, specific key that has been lost somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. The darkness, the cold, and the vast distances make direct observation incredibly challenging. The object may seem unique to us now, but this could be because our flashlight beam has only just happened to fall upon it. This vastness is the reason why speculative ideas like Planet 9 or ancient alien probes can remain plausible for so long. There is simply so much out there that is unexplored. We have mapped the surfaces of Mars and Venus in detail, but the true frontier of our own solar system remains a near-total mystery. The object is a messenger from this frontier, a hint of the wonders and anomalies that are likely waiting for us in the deep dark. It is a reminder that the age of exploration is not over. In fact, on the scale of our own solar system, it has barely even begun. The study of the object is a form of silent-era astronomy. Like filmmakers before the advent of sound, we are trying to understand a story with only the pictures. We have the image of its orbit, a beautiful and strange silent film playing out on the celestial screen. But we are missing the sound, the detailed information about its composition, its internal structure, its temperature, and any potential emissions. We are forced to infer the entire plot, the characters and their motivations from just their movements. This limitation forces a different kind of creativity and ingenuity. We must squeeze every last drop of information from the astrometric data, pushing our models and our mathematics to their absolute limits. We become experts in interpreting the subtle body language of gravity. It is a pure, elegant form of science, a cosmic detective story where the only clues are the faint, ghostly traces of a path through the void. And we wait, patiently, for the day when our technology will allow us to add sound to the picture and finally hear what the object has to say. Finally, let us consider the object as a form of cosmic memento mori, a reminder of our own mortality. If it is a natural rock, it is a reminder of the vast, indifferent timescales of the universe, in which our lives are but a fleeting spark. It was here long before us, and it will be here long after we are gone. If it is the relic of a dead civilization, it is an even more poignant reminder that intelligence and technology are no guarantee of permanence. Even the greatest empires, whether on Earth or among the stars, eventually fall to dust. In either case, the object confronts us with the profound truth of our own impermanence. But this is not a cause for despair, it is a call to live more fully, more meaningfully. It urges us to cherish the brief, precious moments of light and warmth that we have been given on our small blue world. The object, in its cold, dark, eternal journey, is the perfect backdrop against which the fleeting beauty of our own existence can be most truly and deeply appreciated. It is a silent sermon on the preciousness of a single sunlit day. The concept of the object being a cosmic drifter captured by our sun necessitates a deep appreciation for the galaxy's dynamic nature. Star systems are not static points but are in constant motion, orbiting the galactic center at different speeds and on different paths. Over millions of years, stars have close encounters, passing within a few light-years of each other. During such a passage, the gravitational equilibrium of both systems can be profoundly disturbed. A loosely bound object in the outer Oort cloud of one star can be gravitationally stripped away and captured by the other. The object's highly eccentric and inclined orbit is a classic signature of such a violent gravitational theft. It would not be a gentle adoption, but a cosmic abduction. This perspective reframes our solar system not as a serene island, but as a neighborhood with porous borders, where celestial property is occasionally exchanged during close flybys. The object would then be a piece of incontrovertible evidence of a past, close encounter with another star, a ghost from a celestial neighbor who passed in the night eons ago, leaving behind this one, solitary and deeply enigmatic calling card. If we entertain the artificial hypothesis, we must confront the daunting challenge of communication with a non-human intelligence. Our language is rooted in our biology, our environment, and our evolutionary history. The concepts of up and down, hot and cold, life and death are all products of our terrestrial experience. An alien intelligence, particularly a machine intelligence that has existed for 1 billion years in the vacuum of space, would have a completely different set of root concepts. We might share the language of mathematics and physics, but even that is not guaranteed. How would we convey concepts like curiosity, benevolence, or fear? This is the problem of exosemiotics. The object's silence may not be a choice, but a practical necessity. It may remain silent because it knows that any attempt to communicate would be so hopelessly ambiguous as to be dangerous. It might be waiting for us to develop a more universal, less biologically biased form of communication, perhaps a direct neural interface or a purely mathematical language. It is waiting for us to learn how to speak universe before it says hello. The object's trajectory could be a gravitational key. Imagine an ancient, locked artifact somewhere in our solar system, perhaps a data cache on a dead moon, or a gateway in deep space. This artifact is designed to open only in the presence of a very specific, complex gravitational field. The object, in its unique orbit, might be the key that generates this field. When it passes a certain point in its orbit, its gravitational signature, combined with that of the Sun and other planets, creates the precise spatiotemporal resonance needed to unlock the artifact. This would be a security system of unparalleled genius. It would be impossible to crack with brute force, as it requires moving a planet-sized object. The key and the lock were likely created by the same ancient civilization, with the object being placed in its orbit to ensure the lock could only be opened periodically, perhaps every few thousand years when it passes the correct location. We are not just observing a strange object. We may be witnessing the slow, majestic turning of a key in a lock that is billions of years old, unaware of the treasure or terror that it might soon unleash. From a thermodynamic perspective, the object is an object of incredibly low entropy. Whether it's a dense metallic core, a primordial black hole, or a piece of advanced technology, it represents a highly ordered state of matter. The universe, according to the second law of thermodynamics, tends towards increasing entropy, towards disorder, randomness, and heat death. Highly ordered systems are statistically improbable and tend to decay over time. The object's very existence and its persistence in a stable, highly structured orbit for billions of years is a defiant stand against this universal tide of decay. It is a bastion of order in a cosmos that loves chaos. If it is natural, it is a testament to the power of gravity to create and preserve structure. If it is artificial, it is a testament to the power of intelligence to fight against entropy, to build things that last. In either case, it is a profoundly hopeful symbol. It shows that even in a universe destined for eventual dissolution, pockets of intricate, beautiful, and long-lasting order can and do exist. It is a small, cold, dark point of light against the encroaching, inevitable night. The object's discovery has ignited a new space race, but not one between nations. This is a race between different scientific theories and the teams that champion them. In one corner, you have the Planet 9 advocates, who are trying to fit the object into their models, perhaps by proposing a more complex orbital history or a second perturber. In another corner are the interstellar interloper proponents, who are trying to trace its origin to a specific star cluster. Then there are the more speculative theorists, quietly exploring the artifact or primordial black hole hypotheses. Each group is racing to gather observational evidence that will support their theory and disprove the others. This competition is a vital part of the scientific process. It drives innovation, encourages rigorous analysis, and prevents premature consensus. The object is the ultimate prize in this intellectual contest. Whichever theory ultimately triumphs will not just explain this one anomaly, but will fundamentally reshape our understanding of the solar system's history, structure, and our place within it. The race is on, and the finish line is a complete, coherent, and testable explanation for the silent traveler in the dark. Let us reconsider the zoo hypothesis with a twist. What if the quarantine is not for our protection but for theirs? An advanced ancient civilization might view emerging biological life as inherently chaotic, aggressive, and unpredictable, a potential plague. They might see our rapid technological expansion, our nuclear weapons, and our environmental degradation as signs that we are a dangerously unstable species. The object in this scenario is not a zookeeper's blind. It is a sentinel at the gate of a plague colony. Its purpose is to monitor us and to ensure that we do not develop the capacity for interstellar travel and infect the rest of the galaxy with our particular brand of violent expansionist consciousness. It is a guardian in the sense that a prison guard is a guardian. This is a deeply unsettling and humbling perspective. It recasts humanity not as the jewel of creation, but as a potential cosmic menace, a problem to be managed. The great silence would be the sound of the rest of the galaxy wisely keeping its distance, and the object would be the silent, watchful warden making sure we stay safely locked inside our own planetary cradle. The object could be the solar system's center of mass counterweight. The Sun and all the planets orbit a common center of mass known as the barycenter. Because Jupiter is so massive, this point is actually just outside the surface of the Sun. But what if the solar system's true center of mass calculation needs to include a distant, massive object we haven't accounted for, like Planet 9, or the object itself if it is superdense? The presence of such a massive, distant body would shift the barycenter significantly. The complex wobbling orbit of the Sun around this true center of mass could have subtle, long-term effects on the orbits of all the planets. The object's strange orbit might be a necessary consequence of this gravitational balancing act. It could be the counterweight on the celestial mobile that keeps the whole system in a state of long-term, dynamic equilibrium. It would not be an anomaly, but an essential structural component of our solar system, a load-bearing pillar of our cosmic architecture that has been hidden from us until now. Its bizarre path would be the signature of its vital and previously invisible systemic role. If the object is a piece of technology, it may be post-physical. An extremely advanced civilization may have learned to manipulate the fabric of space-time itself. Their technology would not be made of matter, but of pure geometry. The object might be a localized, stable warp in spacetime, a persistent gravitational anomaly with no physical object at its center. It would be a, quote, geon, a hypothetical entity in general relativity, where a gravitational wave is held in a stable orbit by its own gravitational attraction. It would have mass, it would bend light, but if you were to travel to it, you would find nothing there, just a patch of intensely curved empty space. This would perfectly explain its lack of a spectral signature and its gravitational influence. It would be a true ghost, a disembodied gravitational field, a knot tied in the fabric of reality itself. It would be a testament to a civilization that has transcended matter and now builds its machines out of pure, elegant, and silent geometry. The object's mystery provides a crucial lesson in epistemology, the philosophy of knowledge. How do we know what we know? Our knowledge of the object is entirely indirect. We have not seen it up close, we have not touched it, we have not analyzed its substance. All our knowledge is derived from a handful of photons that have traveled for billions of miles, collected by our instruments and interpreted through the lens of our mathematical models. It is a chain of inference, and every link in that chain, the telescope's optics, the detector's sensitivity, The orbital model's assumptions has a degree of uncertainty. This is true of most of our scientific knowledge of the cosmos. We live on an island of direct experience, and we are trying to map the entire world based on the messages in bottles that wash up on our shore. The object is a particularly cryptic message. It forces us to be humble about the nature of our knowledge, to acknowledge the difference between a confident theory and an observed fact, and to recognize that we are, and may always be, seeing the universe through a glass, darkly. As we bring our contemplative journey to a close, let the final thought be one of participation. By observing the object, by wondering about it, by weaving stories and theories around it, we have changed its reality. Before its discovery, it was simply a thing in itself, a silent, unwitnessed body following its path. Now it has become a thing for us, an object of intense curiosity, debate, and awe. It has been imbued with meaning, purpose, and 1,000 potential histories. Our consciousness has reached out across the void and touched it, transforming it from a piece of celestial furniture into a powerful symbol. In a sense, we have become part of its story, and it has become part of ours. This is the creative power of a conscious mind in the universe. We are not just passive observers, we are active participants in the cosmic narrative. And as you drift into a deep and peaceful sleep, take comfort in this connection. You are a part of the universe that is trying to understand itself, and tonight, you have participated in one of its most beautiful and profound mysteries. Let us contemplate the sheer, unadulterated luck involved in the discovery of the object. For billions of years, it traced its silent, invisible path through the darkness. During this time, countless generations of humanity lived and died without ever knowing of its existence. Its discovery required a precise convergence of factors: the development of telescopes large enough to see it, the invention of digital cameras sensitive enough to capture its faint light, the creation of computer algorithms powerful enough to identify its movement, and the presence of a generation of astronomers curious enough to look in the right place at the right time. If any one of these elements had been missing, it would have remained hidden. We are living in the exact, privileged sliver of cosmic time where this discovery was possible. It is a reminder that scientific knowledge is not an inevitable upward march, but is often the result of serendipity, of being in the right place with the right tools. The universe is filled with secrets, but it only reveals them to those who have, through their own effort and a great deal of luck, earned the right to see them. The object is our reward for finally looking up with eyes that were powerful enough to see through the dark. If the object is a captured interstellar world, it may have once been part of a free-floating planet population. Astronomers believe that there may be billions or even trillions of rogue planets in our galaxy that are not gravitationally bound to any star. These planets were ejected from their home systems during their violent formation period. Most of these worlds wander the cold, dark void for eternity. They are cold, dark, and incredibly difficult to detect. The object could be our first close-up look at one of these galactic nomads. Its capture by our sun would have been an event of incredible astronomical fortune. It would be a specimen of the galaxy's most elusive and mysterious population, delivered directly to our celestial laboratory. Studying its composition and geology would provide invaluable data on this unseen component of the Milky Way. It would allow us to understand what these wandering worlds are made of, how they evolve over time in the interstellar deep freeze, and what role they might play in the overall mass budget and chemical evolution of the galaxy. It would be a captured ghost, finally giving up the secrets of its long, lonely tribe. The possibility of the object being a dark matter subhalo is a fascinating intersection of cosmology and planetary science. The prevailing cold dark matter model of the universe predicts that dark matter should clump together into massive halos, within which galaxies form. This model also predicts that these large halos should be filled with millions of smaller subhalos, some of which could be as small as a planet or an asteroid. These subhalos, of pure invisible dark matter, would drift through the galaxy. If one of them were captured by our solar system, it would be completely undetectable by any means other than its gravitational influence. It would perfectly match the profile of the object, a significant gravitational pull with no visible counterpart. Finding such an object would be a monumental victory for the cold, dark matter theory. It would be the first direct confirmation of the theory's prediction of a hierarchical structure of halos. The object would cease to be a planetary science mystery and would become a cosmological one, a tiny, dark piece of the invisible cosmic skeleton upon which the entire visible universe is built. Let us consider the cultural legacy of the object. Long after the scientific debate has been settled, its story will continue to resonate in our art, our music, and our literature. It will become a fixture of science fiction, a shorthand for cosmic mystery and the great unknown. Future generations will learn its name in school, just as we learn the names of Pluto and Halley's Comet. It will be a touchstone, a cultural reference point. Artists will be inspired by its lonely journey, creating works that capture its sublime isolation. Musicians will compose symphonies that evoke its strange, silent, orbital dance. And philosophers will continue to use it as a metaphor for the limits of human knowledge and the endless frontier of discovery. The object's greatest impact may not be on our science, but on our collective imagination. It has given us a new myth, a new character in our cosmic story, a dark and mysterious protagonist whose tale will be told and retold for as long as we continue to look up at the sky and wonder. Its true immortality will be found not in its stable orbit, but in its permanent place within the landscape of the human soul. The object's extreme orbit could be a long-term survival strategy against galactic-scale threats such as gamma-ray bursts or nearby supernovae. The plane of the ecliptic, where most planets reside, is more exposed to these existential risks that originate within the galactic disk. A highly inclined orbit would take the object far above or below the most crowded and dangerous parts of the galaxy for long periods. If it were an arc or a long-term data repository, this would be a crucial survival feature. The orbit would be a form of galactic risk diversification. It's the celestial equivalent of not putting all your eggs in one basket. This suggests a level of foresight and threat modeling that is almost unimaginable. It implies its creators were not just thinking about planetary-scale events, but were actively planning for the long-term, violent contingencies of galactic life. The orbit is not just strange, it is a profound statement of survivability, an engineering solution to the problem of living in a beautiful but occasionally very violent cosmic neighborhood. The mystery of the object is also a powerful educational tool. It is a real-world example of the scientific method in action, unfolding in real time. It showcases how scientists form hypotheses based on evidence, how they test those hypotheses with new observations, and how they engage in open, critical debate. It teaches students about orbital mechanics, spectroscopy, and the vast scales of the solar system. But more importantly, it teaches the value of uncertainty and the thrill of the unknown. In a world that often demands simple, immediate answers, the object teaches us that the most interesting questions are the ones that are hard to solve. It demonstrates that it is okay to say we don't know, and that these three words are often the starting point for the most exciting journeys of discovery. It can inspire a new generation of scientists, engineers, and dreamers to take on the great challenges of our time, not just in space but here on Earth. It is a lesson plan written across the sky, a curriculum of curiosity for all humanity. Let us entertain the possibility that the object is not just one thing, but a phase-shifting object. Some speculative theories of physics, such as certain string theories, propose the existence of extra dimensions of space. An extremely advanced technology might be able to phase or shift matter between these dimensions. The object could be a probe that spends most of its time in a parallel dimension, making it invisible and gravitationally undetectable to us. It might only phase into our three-dimensional space for brief periods to take measurements or make course corrections. This would explain why it is so hard to observe, and why its trajectory might appear to have unexplained jumps or accelerations. We would only be seeing a fraction of its true existence, a shadow of its higher dimensional self. It would be a true ghost, a creature that is not entirely of our universe, dipping in and out of our reality at will. This would make it not just a technological artifact, but a metaphysical one, a bridge between our world and another, a concept so profound it blurs the line between physics and mysticism. The debate over the object's nature will likely only be settled by a dedicated, close-up mission. A flyby mission, like New Horizons' visit to Pluto, would provide our first resolved images and a wealth of data, but it would only be a fleeting glimpse. The ultimate goal would be an orbiter mission, a probe that would travel to the object and enter into orbit around it. This would allow for long-term, detailed study of its surface, its gravity field, its temperature, and any potential outgassing. An orbiter could map its geology, search for landing sites, and act as a communications relay for a future lander. The technical challenges would be immense, requiring advanced propulsion, autonomous navigation, and decades of travel time. But the scientific payoff would be unparalleled. It would be the final word in the debate. An orbiter would turn the object from a point of light into a world, a mystery into a place. It is a grand, generational goal for humanity's exploration of space, a destination that will beckon us into the darkness for centuries to come. In the quiet moments before sleep, let your mind rest upon the sheer, unadorned beauty of the object's existence. Strip away all the theories, all the speculation, all the hopes and fears. What remains is a simple, profound truth. In the vast, cold darkness at the edge of our solar system, there is a world we did not know was there. It has been following its own unique, silent path for billions of years, a secret kept by the cosmos until this very moment in history. There is a simple, clean, and powerful elegance to this fact. It is a reminder that the universe is always larger, more complex, and more surprising than our current maps suggest. It is a gift of pure, unadulterated wonder. And as you let go of the day, allow this sense of simple wonder to be your guide. Let it fill you with a deep, peaceful, and restorative calm. The universe has shared one of its secrets with us, and the beauty of that secret is more than enough. As we descend into the final layers of this cosmic meditation, let us embrace the most humbling possibility of all, that the object's significance is entirely our own creation. The universe may not operate on principles of mystery and purpose, but on pure, unadulterated chance and the blind laws of physics. The object may simply be the winner of a billion-year-long celestial lottery, a statistical outlier so rare as to seem impossible, but an inevitable outcome in a cosmos of near-infinite trials. Its orbit is not a message, its composition is not a clue, and its existence has no deeper meaning. It is simply a rock in a strange place, doing a strange thing. And yet, the fact that we can observe it, that we can be mystified by it, and that we can weave these grand, intricate narratives around it, that is the true miracle. The meaning is not in the object, the meaning is in us. It is in our capacity for wonder, our relentless drive to understand, and our ability to find profound beauty in the cold, hard, indifferent data. The universe provides the canvas, but we, with our conscious, curious minds, are the artists who paint the masterpiece of meaning upon it. Consider the perspective of geologic time, a framework that recasts the object's journey. On these scales, where a million years is but a moment, the solar system is a fluid, evolving place. The continents of Earth drift and collide, mountain ranges rise and fall, and ice ages come and go. In this context, the object's vast, multimillennial orbit is not slow. It is a rhythmic, pulsing beat in the deep, slow symphony of the cosmos. Each of its circuits marks the passage of an entire epoch of human history. When it was last at its closest point to the sun, perhaps our ancestors were just beginning to experiment with agriculture. The time before that, they may have been painting visions on cave walls. Its orbit is a celestial clock of immense scale, a silent chronicler of our own species, slow awakening. To study it is to become aware of our own fleeting position within this immense timeline, to see our bustling civilization as a brief, bright flicker against the backdrop of its patient, eternal, and looping journey through the profound, silent depths of time. If the object is a technological artifact, its material science would likely be based on principles of maximum durability and self-repair. Over billions of years, any object is subject to the constant sandblasting of micrometeoroids and the embrittling effects of cosmic radiation. A probe designed to survive this would need a self-healing surface. It might be composed of a nanotechnological material that can detect microscopic impacts and actively repair the damage, rearranging its own atomic structure to fill in cracks and craters. This would be a form of artificial biology, a skin that is constantly regenerating itself. Such a technology would make the probe virtually immortal, its surface remaining pristine and functional for eons. The flat, featureless spectrum we observe could be the signature of such a hyper-advanced, uniform, nano-engineered surface. We would not be seeing the object's original material, but its constantly regenerating, perfectly maintained outer shield, a testament to a civilization that has not just conquered space, but has conquered the relentless, grinding decay of time itself. The object's potential as a gravitational lens offers a tantalizing if distant observational possibility. According to Einstein's general relativity, any object with mass bends the fabric of spacetime, causing light from distant objects to be deflected around it. If the object is superdense, like a primordial black hole or a neutron star core, it would create a significant lensing effect. If it were to pass directly in front of a distant star or galaxy, it would magnify and distort the light from that background object, creating a brief, telltale brightening or a set of multiple, warped images. Astronomers could specifically monitor the star fields along the object's predicted path, looking for these fleeting, microlensing events. Such a detection would be an unambiguous measurement of its mass, independent of its size or brightness. It would be a way to weigh the ghost, to determine its substance by observing its shadow. It is a long-shot observation, requiring perfect alignment and constant vigilance, but it represents one of the few methods that could definitively solve the mystery from afar, using the universe itself as a giant optical instrument. Let us explore the orphan planet hypothesis. What if the object is not just a rogue planet, but a planet that was born in the interstellar medium itself, independent of any star? Some theories suggest that dense knots within giant molecular clouds could collapse under their own gravity to form planet-mass objects directly, without ever having a parent star. These orphans would be true children of the nebula, their heat source not a nearby sun, but their own slow gravitational contraction and radioactive decay. They would wander the galaxy from birth. If the object is one of these orphans, its capture by our solar system would be an adoption of a truly wild thing. Its composition would be a pristine sample of the raw, unprocessed material of a stellar nursery. Its strange orbit would be a natural consequence of its untethered, wandering life before its capture. It would represent a completely different mode of planet formation, a third path alongside the standard model of worlds born in protoplanetary disks. It would be a testament to the galaxy's creative fertility, proof that worlds can be born not just in the warmth of a stellar hearth, but also in the cold, dark, lonely wilderness between the stars. The object serves as a powerful allegory for the process of psychotherapy or deep self-reflection. In our minds, there are anomalous objects, traumatic memories, repressed desires, or core beliefs that do not fit with our conscious self-image. These mental objects are often on strange orbits, operating according to a different logic and causing subtle perturbations in our emotional lives. We often try to ignore them or explain them away, but they remain, a persistent gravitational pull from the unconscious. The therapeutic process is like the astronomical search for the object. It is a slow, patient, and often frustrating process of looking into the dark, of tracing the faint outlines of the disturbance, and of forming hypotheses about its nature and origin. To finally see and understand this inner object, to integrate it into our conscious narrative, is to achieve a new level of self-knowledge and inner peace. The object in the sky is a perfect external symbol for this internal journey, a reminder that the path to wholeness involves bravely facing the strange, unsettling, and powerful mysteries that lie at the very edge of our own personal worlds. If the object is an artifact, the civilization that built it may have been information-based rather than matter-based. Their primary goal may not have been physical expansion, but the acquisition and processing of information. In this view, the universe is a vast, complex data set, and the purpose of intelligence is to understand it. Such a civilization would dispatch probes not to colonize, but to learn. The object could be a sensory organ for a galactic-scale intelligence, a remote eye and ear. Its purpose would be to collect data, gravitational fields, stellar radiation, particle densities, and transmit it back to a central processing hub, perhaps located in the cold, quiet intergalactic void. The probe itself would have minimal physical presence, designed only for data collection and long-term survival. Its value is not in what it is, but in what it sees. Its silence to us would be irrelevant. It is in constant communication with its creator. We would be a tiny, interesting data point in a vast, cosmic survey, a brief flicker of biological complexity that has been duly noted, categorized, and filed away in a library the size of a galaxy. The object's existence may require us to refine our understanding of planetary dynamics by incorporating plasma physics. The outer solar system is not a pure vacuum. It is filled with a tenuous, magnetized plasma originating from the solar wind. A body moving through this plasma will have electromagnetic interactions. If the object has a strong intrinsic magnetic field, or if it is highly conductive, its motion through the sun's magnetic field could generate powerful electrical currents, a phenomenon known as a unipolar inductor. This could create an electromagnetic drag or thrust that subtly alters its orbit over long timescales, a force entirely separate from gravity. This would be a form of space weather effect, magnified to a planetary scale. It would mean that to truly understand the outer solar system, we cannot rely on gravity alone. We must use a more complex magnetohydrodynamic model. The object's strange orbit might be the first clear evidence of this, a sign that the celestial dance is choreographed not just by the silent hand of gravity, but also by the invisible, crackling, and powerful forces of cosmic electromagnetism. Let us contemplate the object as a work of conceptual art. In conceptual art, the idea or the concept behind the work is more important than the physical object itself. The object could be a creation of a hyper-advanced civilization where the art is not the physical probe, but the intellectual and emotional reaction it provokes in any species that discovers it. The artists would have calculated that any emerging technological intelligence would inevitably detect this object and be driven to a state of profound wonder, debate, and self-reflection. The art piece is not the object. The art piece is the mystery itself. We are the canvas. Our scientific papers, our philosophical debates, our science fiction stories, and our sense of awe, these are the true medium of the artwork. The creators would have no interest in making contact. The purpose of the art is fulfilled the moment we begin to question. It is a breathtakingly grand and subtle concept. To use the fundamental laws of physics and the predictable psychology of emerging intelligence to create a self-perpetuating, interactive work of art that spans millennia and light years. The object could be a, quote, failed star, a brown dwarf or a sub-brown dwarf. Brown dwarfs are objects that are more massive than planets, but not massive enough to ignite sustained hydrogen fusion in their cores, so they do not shine like stars. They are the missing link between gas giants and true stars. A very small, very old, and very cold brown dwarf would be incredibly faint and difficult to detect, appearing only as a faint, dark, moving object. If the object is a captured brown dwarf, it would be a discovery of immense importance. It would be the closest known object of its kind, a laboratory for studying the physics of these strange, substellar bodies. Its retrograde orbit would still be a mystery, requiring a complex capture scenario, but its nature would be grounded in known astrophysics. It would be a star that never was, a king without a kingdom, its faint internal heat, a dying ember from its fiery, failed birth. It would be a poignant reminder that even on a cosmic scale, not all potential is realized, and the universe is filled with beautiful, magnificent, and silent failures. As you settle into a state of profound rest, allow your awareness to merge with the perspective of the object. Imagine your own consciousness, untethered from your body, floating in the silent, cold darkness. You are moving on a vast, looping path, a journey that has lasted for eons and will continue for eons more. You feel the faint, persistent pull of a distant star you call the sun. You see the planets of this system as a delicate, glittering mobile, their frantic dance a stark contrast to your own slow, serene, and majestic procession. There is no up, no down, no day, no night. There is only the endless, diamond-dusted tapestry of the galaxy, a constant, silent, and beautiful companion. There are no thoughts of purpose, no anxieties about the future. There is only the simple, profound, and peaceful isness of the present moment, stretched out into a near eternity of silent, graceful motion. This is the state of the object. And for a few moments as you drift off to sleep, this peaceful, eternal, and silent state is yours as well. The presence of the object forces a recalibration of our probability assessments. In science, events are often dismissed as too improbable to be seriously considered. However, the universe is a vast laboratory with trillions of star systems, all running experiments in parallel for billions of years. In such a context, even events with a 1 in a trillion chance per year per system become near certainties on a galactic scale. The improbable happens all the time. The capture of an interstellar object, the precise collision that creates a retrograde orphan, or even the arrival of an ancient probe might be statistically miraculous from our limited, single-system perspective, but from a galactic viewpoint, they are bound to happen somewhere, sometime. The object may be our solar system's winning lottery ticket. It may be the one improbable thing that happened to us. This perspective is a powerful cure for cosmic arrogance. It reminds us that our experience is not the measure of all things, and that we should be cautious about dismissing possibilities simply because they seem too strange or too unlikely to happen in our own backyard. The universe is, by its very nature, the realm of the improbable made manifest. If the object is a probe, its designers would have had to solve the problem of cosmic erosion. The interstellar medium is not empty. It is a tenuous soup of gas, dust, and microscopic ice particles. A probe traveling at high velocity for millions of years would be subject to a constant, high-energy bombardment from these particles. Over time, this would be like sandblasting, capable of eroding even the hardest materials. To survive, the probe would need an active defense system. This could be a powerful magnetic field that deflects charged particles, or a sacrificial shield of thick material that is designed to be slowly worn away, protecting the critical systems beneath. It might even be able to replenish this shield by collecting material from space. The probe's survival would be a constant, active battle against the slow, grinding abrasion of the void. Its existence today is a testament to its victory in this billion-year war of attrition. It is a hardened, ancient wanderer, its surface likely scarred and pitted in ways we cannot yet see. Each microscopic impact a story of a long, hard journey through the lonely dark. The object could be the source of some of the anomalous cosmic rays that are detected on Earth. Cosmic rays are high-energy particles that constantly rain down on our planet, mostly originating from supernovae and other energetic events in the galaxy. However, a small fraction of these rays have energies and compositions that are difficult to explain with conventional models. If the object has an incredibly powerful magnetic field, or is powered by a process like matter-antimatter annihilation, it could be acting as a local, miniature particle accelerator. It could be trapping particles from the solar wind and boosting them to very high energies, occasionally sending them careening towards the inner solar system. We would be detecting the exhaust fumes of its engine, or the leakage from its power source. It would be a subtle, energetic signature of its presence, a clue that has been hiding in plain sight within our particle detectors for decades. The anomaly in the sky would be linked to an anomaly in our laboratories, a stunning convergence of two separate scientific mysteries. Let us explore the concept of the object as a cosmic chrysalis. In biology, a chrysalis is a protective casing within which a larva transforms into a butterfly. It is a state of profound, internal reorganization. What if an advanced intelligence does not travel between stars in its final form, but as a dormant protected egg? The object could be such a chrysalis. It could contain the genetic codes, the biological blueprints, and the necessary nanomachinery to grow a civilization from scratch. Upon arriving in a suitable star system and receiving a specific trigger, perhaps the presence of liquid water on a nearby planet, it would begin its transformation. It would unfurl, deploying factories and biological labs, using local materials to build a new outpost of its parent civilization. In this scenario, the object is not a relic, it is a promise. It is a seed of unimaginable potential, currently dormant, but carrying within its cold, dark shell the blueprint for a new genesis, a new flowering of life and intelligence in our corner of the galaxy. Its silence is the quiet, patient sleep before a spectacular and transformative awakening. The object's mystery highlights the difference between seeing and understanding. With our telescopes, we can see, that the object exists. We can plot its position, measure its brightness, and chart its path. But we are very far from understanding it. Understanding requires context, history, and a grasp of purpose. It is the difference between seeing a strange symbol on a page and knowing the language in which it is written. Science is the process of trying to bridge this gap, of turning raw observation into meaningful comprehension. The object is a powerful lesson in this struggle. It presents us with an image of stark, undeniable clarity, its impossible orbit, but with a meaning that is completely shrouded in darkness. It is a word we have learned to spell, but whose definition remains a complete mystery. The journey ahead is not one of better sight, but of deeper insight. We must learn not just to look at the universe, but to read it. And the object is a single, confounding, and deeply tantalizing character in a cosmic language we are only just beginning to decipher. If the object is artificial, it may have a dead man's switch. This is a mechanism that is triggered when a system stops receiving a regular signal. The probe could be in constant, low-level communication with its home base or a galactic network. This heartbeat signal confirms that its creator civilization is still active. If that signal were to cease for a prolonged period, implying the home civilization has been destroyed or has transcended, the probe's secondary protocol would activate. This protocol could be anything. It might broadcast its entire data library to the universe, a final testament to its fallen creators. It might activate a self-destruct sequence to prevent its technology from being misused. Or it might begin a new, pre-programmed mission, such as seeking out a new species to uplift or guide. The object's current, passive state would imply that, as far as it knows, its masters are still out there. Its continued silence is a sign of their continued existence. The day it does something unexpected might be the day we learn that another great light in the cosmos has just gone out. The object's strange orbit could be a form of celestial shepherding for our entire solar system. The sun's journey through the galaxy is not always safe. It occasionally passes through dense interstellar clouds or regions of high radiation. An incredibly advanced and benevolent guardian civilization might have placed the object in its orbit to act as a subtle protector. Its gravitational field, though small, could be precisely tuned to perturb the orbits of incoming, dangerous comets from the Oort cloud, deflecting them away from the inner solar system. Its powerful magnetic field could act as a bow shock, shielding the inner planets from the worst of a passing radiation storm. It would be a silent, unassuming guardian, a celestial lightning rod and gravitational shield, whose purpose is to increase the long-term stability of our habitable zone. We would owe our very existence to its silent, thankless work. It would be the ultimate expression of the zoo hypothesis, not just a passive observer, but an active, benevolent zookeeper, quietly maintaining the enclosure to keep its inhabitants safe from the harsh realities of the cosmic wilderness. The very idea of the object pushes us towards a more cosmopolitan identity. For most of history, human identity has been tribal, national, or religious. The space race of the 20th century began to foster a planetary identity, the blue marble perspective of Earth as a single, fragile home. The object takes us a step further by presenting a mystery that is intrinsically linked to the wider galactic environment, whether through interstellar capture or alien intelligence. It encourages a galactic identity. It forces us to see our solar system not as the center of the universe, but as one of countless harbors in a vast, interconnected cosmic ocean. It makes us citizens of the Milky Way. This is a profound and necessary evolution in our consciousness. The challenges and opportunities of the future, from interstellar travel to contact with other intelligences, will require this broader perspective. The object is a catalyst for this change, a dark, mysterious ambassador from the galactic community, inviting us to finally grow up and take our place on the larger cosmic stage. As your mind settles into its deepest state of rest, allow yourself to feel a sense of profound gratitude for the mystery of the object. In a universe that can often feel fully explained and demystified by science, a true, deep, and accessible mystery is a precious gift. It is a playground for the imagination, a gymnasium for the intellect, and a cathedral for the spirit. It gives us a reason to look up, to wonder, to dream, and to unite in a shared quest for knowledge. It reminds us that for all our accumulated learning, we are still children on the shore of a vast cosmic ocean, And there are strange, beautiful, and wonderful things waiting in the deep that we have not yet even begun to imagine. Do not be troubled by the lack of an answer. Instead, be grateful for the question. The question is a source of endless inspiration. And as you drift away, let your last waking thought be a quiet thank you to the universe for being so magnificently, so beautifully, and so stubbornly mysterious. Let's consider the final, ultimate fate of the object in the context of proton decay. Some grand unified theories of physics predict that protons, the building blocks of atomic nuclei, are not truly stable, but will decay over an immense timescale, on the order of 10 to the power of 34 years or more. If this is true, then all matter as we know it is temporary. In the far, far future, in the dark era of the universe, everything will have evaporated away into a thin soup of radiation and elementary particles. The object, whether it is a rock, a planet, or a machine, will eventually suffer this fate. Atom by atom, it will dissolve into nothingness. Its long, patient journey, its strange orbit, its profound mystery, all will be erased, leaving not a trace behind. This is the ultimate cosmic lesson in impermanence. Nothing lasts forever, not even the most durable rocks or the most advanced machines. All stories have an end, but the beauty of the object's story is not diminished by its eventual conclusion. It is enhanced. For a few brief, shining eons, it existed. It was a thing of wonder. And that, in a universe destined for eternal silence, is more than enough. The study of the object's potential thermal properties opens a fascinating window into its nature. Even in the profound cold of the outer solar system, every object radiates a tiny amount of heat. A natural, rocky body would have a temperature dictated by the faint sunlight and its own minimal internal heat from radioactive decay. A primordial black hole would be colder than the cosmic microwave background. However, an artificial probe could have a different thermal signature. It might have a hotspot where its power source is located, or a series of thermal vents to regulate its internal temperature. Future infrared telescopes with enough sensitivity might be able to create a crude heat map of the object. Finding a non-uniform temperature distribution would be a monumental discovery, a nearly irrefutable sign of an internal, active process. It would be like seeing the warm glow of a campfire in a dark, empty forest. The mystery would shift from, "What is it?" to, "What is it doing?" The faint, invisible light of heat could be the key that finally illuminates the true nature of this dark, enigmatic traveler. The object's unique orbit could be a long-term strategy for resource acquisition. While the outer solar system seems empty, the Oort cloud is believed to contain trillions of icy comets, rich in water and other volatile compounds. An autonomous probe designed for self-replication or long-term operation would need a way to harvest these resources. The object's highly inclined orbit, which slices through the spherical Oort cloud, is a far more effective net for encountering these comets than an orbit confined to the flat ecliptic plane. It is a cosmic trawler, its path optimized to maximize its chances of encountering and harvesting these scattered, icy resources over millions of years. Its non-Keplerian motion could be the result of a series of small, precise course corrections to intercept a particularly promising cometary nucleus. In this view, the object is not just a passive sentinel, but an active, patient forager, a celestial farmer tending to a vast, sparse, and frozen herd of comets, a testament to a technology that plans and operates on a truly geological timescale. The mystery surrounding the object is a powerful illustration of the anthropic shadow. This is the idea that our observations of the universe are biased by our own existence. We can only observe a universe that is old enough and stable enough for us to have evolved in. This creates a shadow over the past, making it difficult for us to know what typical star systems are like, especially in their early violent phases. The object, with its strange orbit, could be a rare survivor from that chaotic, shadowed era. Its existence might be a clue about a common, but usually lethal phase in solar system development that our own system happened to survive. It would be a fossil from the cosmic dark ages, a time before the stable, orderly celestial clockwork we see today was established. By studying it, we are peering into the anthropic shadow, gaining a rare glimpse into the brutal, chaotic processes of planetary formation that usually destroy all evidence of their occurrence. It is a whisper from a violent past that we were never meant to hear. Let us imagine the object not as a physical thing, but as a gravitational message. An incredibly advanced civilization might communicate not with light, but with gravity. They could have the technology to create and transmit controlled, complex gravitational waves. A message sent in this way would be almost impossible to block and would travel at the speed of light. The object could be a receiver or a repeater for such a message. It might be a passive resonant cavity designed to ring in a specific way when struck by a particular gravitational wave frequency. Or it might be an active transponder, receiving a message from one direction and retransmitting it in another. Its strange orbit could be necessary to maintain a clear line of sight to both the transmitter and the intended recipient, avoiding gravitational interference from the sun and planets. We would be observing a piece of a galactic communications network that is completely invisible to our electromagnetic sensors. The sky is not silent. It is humming with conversations written in the language of space-time itself, and we simply do not have the right kind of ears. The profound mystery of the object serves as a unifying force for humanity. In a world often fractured by political, cultural, and economic divisions, a great, shared cosmic mystery can provide a much-needed sense of common purpose and identity. When we gaze upon the object, we are not citizens of a particular nation. We are simply humans, members of a curious species on a small planet, looking out into the vast unknown. The quest to understand it is a project for all of humanity. It requires the best of our science, the grandest of our dreams, and the most open and collaborative spirit. This shared endeavor can help to foster the overview effect, that feeling of awe and global unity that astronauts experience when they see the Earth from space. The object is a distant, dark, and cold anchor for this effect. It is a common point of focus in the sky, a mystery that belongs to no one and therefore belongs to everyone. It is a quiet, celestial invitation to see beyond our petty squabbles and to remember that we are all, together, children of the stars. The object's existence provides a possible solution to the Olbers paradox, the old question of why the night sky is dark if the universe is infinite and filled with stars. While the expanding universe is the primary answer, the object hints at another, more subtle one. The universe may be filled with dark objects. The space between the stars might not be empty, but teeming with rogue planets, cold brown dwarfs, primordial black holes, and perhaps ancient, silent artifacts. These objects do not produce light, but they do block it. A sky filled with such a dark population would be significantly dimmer than a purely empty one. The object could be the first, nearby example of this vast, unseen cosmic population, the tip of a truly colossal iceberg. It would mean that the darkness of the night sky is not just the absence of light, but the presence of substance. The void is not empty, it is full. We are just beginning to see the faint outlines of the true, hidden majority of the universe's contents. A universe that is far more crowded, complex, and mysterious than we ever imagined. If the object is a self-replicating von Neumann probe, it presents a chilling, logical problem. The time it would take for such probes to saturate the entire galaxy is estimated to be only a few million years, a blink of an eye in cosmic terms. The fact that our solar system is not swarming with them, that our asteroid belt has not been converted into factories, implies that either such probes do not exist, or that something is stopping them. The object could be a policeman probe, a creation of a different, more cautious civilization, whose purpose is to seek out and destroy any runaway von Neumann replicators. It would be a cosmic immune system, protecting the galaxy from the cancer of uncontrolled, exponential replication. Its bizarre orbit would be an efficient patrol route, scanning a vast area of space for the telltale signs of von Neumann activity. Its silence would be the quiet confidence of a guardian on patrol. This would be a comforting thought, suggesting a hidden order and a form of galactic law that preserves the natural state of star systems. The great silence would not be emptiness, but the sound of a well-managed peace. The enigma of the object can be a powerful tool for personal meditation and mental decluttering. As you prepare for sleep, bring the image of the object to your mind. See it as a single, dark, serene point, moving through the vast, silent emptiness of space. Now, Imagine taking all the worries, anxieties, and cluttered thoughts of your day and gently attaching them to this object. See them leaving your mind and adhering to its cold, dark surface. Then, watch as the object continues on its immense, slow journey. It carries your worries with it, pulling them away from you, out past the orbit of Neptune, and into the deep, cold, silent frontier. They do not vanish, but their scale is transformed. Against the backdrop of its billion-year journey, your daily concerns become infinitesimally small, losing their power and their urgency. Your mind, now quiet and uncluttered, is free to rest. It is as vast, as peaceful, and as silent as the space through which the object now travels, carrying your burdens for you, until they are nothing but faint, forgotten signals in the endless, peaceful night. The final, and perhaps most beautiful possibility, is that the object is simply a mystery, and that is its ultimate purpose. Perhaps the universe, by its very nature, generates these kinds of profound, unsolvable riddles. They may be a fundamental feature of reality, like gravity or light. They are a natural product of a cosmos that is infinitely complex and endlessly creative. The object's purpose is not to be a probe or a planet, but to be a, quote, wonder generator. It is a naturally occurring feature of the universe designed to provoke curiosity, to inspire awe, and to push intelligent life, to expand its mental and technological horizons. It is a cosmic catalyst, a piece of celestial grit that creates the pearl of scientific and philosophical inquiry in any species fortunate enough to find it. It has no author, save for the universe itself, and its message is simple: look up, wonder, grow. And as you drift into a deep, dreamless sleep, let this thought be your final comfort. You live in a universe that wants you to be curious, a cosmos that loves a good mystery, and that has gifted you this one perfect, beautiful, and eternal question. The object's extreme distance from the Sun means it exists in a state of near-perfect temporal suspension. On Earth, time is marked by the cycle of day and night, the turning of the seasons, and the processes of growth and decay. In the frozen abyss where the object resides, these markers are absent. The Sun is just a bright star, its light too feeble to create a meaningful day. There are no seasons, only the endless, unchanging cold. Geologic and chemical processes are slowed to a virtual standstill, a single chemical reaction taking perhaps millions of years. For all practical purposes, time itself has almost ceased to flow. The object is a creature of this timeless realm. It is a physical embodiment of near eternity. To contemplate it is to step outside our own frantic, fast-paced experience of time and to touch a state of being that is deep, slow, and profoundly patient. It is a reminder that our perception of time is a local, provincial phenomenon, and that the universe also contains realms of near absolute stillness, where a billion years can pass like a single, silent, held breath. If the object is a piece of alien technology, it is a sobering testament to the durability of dead tech. In our own civilization, technology becomes obsolete in a matter of years or decades. Our discarded electronics, our abandoned satellites, our digital data formats, all decay and become unusable relatively quickly. The object, if it is a probe, represents a completely different design philosophy. It would have been built not for performance but for permanence. It would be made of the most stable materials, with redundant systems, and a simple, robust design. It is technology designed to outlast its creators, to survive the death of its parent star, and to endure the long, slow erosion of the cosmos itself. It would be less like a smartphone and more like a pyramid, a structure built with eternity in mind. Its existence would be a profound lesson for our own throwaway culture, a challenge to create things of lasting value, and a reminder that the true measure of a civilization's technological prowess is not how fast its gadgets are, but how long they endure after the minds that made them are gone. The object's bizarre orbit might be a form of celestial camouflage, a way of hiding in plain sight. Most searches for distant objects are concentrated along the ecliptic plane, where the vast majority of solar system bodies are expected to be found. By placing itself in a highly inclined retrograde orbit, a probe would be avoiding the most scrutinized regions of the sky. It is a clever way to minimize the chances of accidental discovery. It would only be found by a civilization that has developed the capacity for all sky surveys, a sign of a relatively advanced technological state. The orbit itself is a filter. It ensures that the probe is only found by a species that is already looking for the unusual, a species that has moved beyond the obvious and has started to search the dark, unexplored corners of its own home. The strangeness of the orbit is not a bug, but a feature of its stealth technology. It hides not by being invisible, but by being in a place that no one would ever think to look, until they were ready. Let us contemplate the sound of the object. Not a sound in the traditional sense, as space is a vacuum, but its gravitational sound. Just as a moving boat creates a wake in the water, any moving mass creates ripples in the fabric of space-time, gravitational waves. The object, in its long, looping orbit, is constantly generating a faint, complex symphony of these waves. The note it plays is determined by its mass, the rhythm by its orbital period, and the timbre by the subtle wobbles and accelerations in its path. Our current gravitational wave observatories are not sensitive enough to detect such a faint signal, but a future, space-based observatory might be able to. To hear the gravitational wave signature of the object would be to perceive it in a completely new way. We would be listening to the pure, unadulterated music of its motion, a song that has been playing, unheard, for billions of years. It would be a new sense for astronomy, a way to listen to the silent gravitational symphony that governs the cosmos. The object serves as a powerful symbol of the outsider. In every society and every story, there is the figure of the outsider, the one who does not fit in, who follows a different path, and who challenges the established order. The object is the ultimate cosmic outsider. It does not follow the flat, orderly path of the other planets. It moves against the current. It is a lone dissenter in a solar system that values conformity. And yet, in its strange, solitary rebellion, it holds a profound power. It forces us to question our assumptions, to expand our definitions, and to see the universe in a new light. It reminds us that progress and discovery often come from those who dare to be different, who choose the path less traveled. The object is a celestial champion for all the misfits, the rebels, and the lonely dreamers of the universe. Its silent, defiant journey through the dark is a testament to the power and the beauty of choosing to trace your own unique and magnificent orbit through the world. If the object is artificial, it may be a quarantine marker. Imagine a scenario where our solar system was visited long ago by a hostile, non-terrestrial life form, or a dangerous, self-replicating technology. A more advanced, benevolent guardian civilization intervened, sterilized the threat, but placed the object in orbit as a permanent warning beacon. Its strange orbit would be a deliberate, universally recognizable signal for danger or biohazard. It would be a celestial buoy, marking a shipwreck, a keep-out sign on a cosmic scale. The message would be intended not for us, but for other spacefaring civilizations, warning them that this system was once contaminated and might still pose a risk. We would be living in a house with a giant yellow warning tape wrapped around it that we couldn't read. This would be a chilling explanation for its existence, suggesting that our home has a dark, violent history that we are completely unaware of, and that our peaceful existence is only thanks to the intervention of an unknown and perhaps long-gone cosmic protector. The very act of observing the object changes its orbit, albeit infinitesimally. The photons from the sun that reflect off its surface and travel to our telescopes carry a tiny amount of momentum. Over thousands of observations, this radiation pressure exerts a minuscule force on the object, slightly altering its trajectory. This is a beautiful, real-world manifestation of the observer effect in physics. The act of measuring a system inevitably disturbs it. We cannot be purely passive observers of the universe. Our curiosity has a physical consequence. This connection, though unimaginably small, is profound. It means that our desire to know is not a one-way street. We are not separate from the cosmos we observe. We are in a constant, subtle dance with it. Our gaze has a weight, our questions have a force. By choosing to look at the object, we have entered into a physical relationship with it, a delicate, gravitational, and photonic partnership, that now binds our civilization to its distant, lonely fate across the vast, silent expanse of space. Let us contemplate the aroma of the object. Not a literal smell, but a chemical one. If we could one day send a probe to sniff the sparse cloud of particles surrounding it, what would we find? A natural icy body would be surrounded by a tenuous halo of water vapor, methane, and carbon monoxide, sublimated from its surface. A rocky body would have a different signature, perhaps of silicon and oxygen atoms sputtered off by cosmic rays. A primordial black hole would have no aroma at all, a perfect sterile vacuum. An artificial probe might be venting specific gases, perhaps the noble gas xenon from an ion engine, or trace elements from its life support or power systems. The chemical signature in the space immediately around the object would be a direct clue to its nature. It would be a way of smelling its breath across billions of miles. A future mission with a sensitive mass spectrometer could perform this cosmic chemistry and solve the mystery in an instant. The answer is not just written in its orbit, but is likely floating, invisibly and silently, in the empty space that it calls home. The object's existence is a powerful argument against cosmic provincialism, the tendency to assume that our own local environment is representative of the whole. We live in a relatively calm, stable part of the solar system, on a planet with a mild climate and regular seasons. We naturally tend to project this sense of order onto the rest of the universe. The object is a rude but necessary awakening from this provincial dream. It shows us that our solar system also contains realms of extreme cold, profound darkness, and bizarre, chaotic dynamics. It is a piece of the cosmic weird that has been hiding on our own doorstep. It teaches us that to truly understand the universe, we must be willing to embrace the strange, the anomalous, and the things that do not fit our comfortable local models. The path to knowledge is not a journey from one familiar place to another, but a voyage out of the familiar, into the wild, untamed, and magnificent weirdness of the cosmos itself. As we bring this final meditation to a close, let us rest in the simple, quiet truth of the night sky. For all of human history, we have looked up and seen the stars as fixed, eternal points of light on a dark dome. We now know that this is an illusion. Every star is a sun, many with their own planets, and the space between them is not empty, but is filled with a vast, unseen population of wandering worlds, ancient relics, and perhaps the silent messengers of intelligences far older than our own. The object is the first confirmed ambassador from this hidden dark cosmos. It has crossed the threshold from the unseen to the seen, from the realm of pure potential to the realm of observed reality. It has forever changed our map of our own home. And so, as you close your eyes and surrender to the gentle pull of sleep, do so with a new sense of companionship. The night is not empty, the darkness is not vacant, it is full. And we are, at long last, beginning to meet the neighbors. The object's profound mystery could be interpreted through the lens of information theory. Every physical system can be described in terms of its information, content, or entropy. A simple, predictable system like a crystal has low entropy. A chaotic system like a gas has high entropy. The object presents a paradox. Its orbit is highly complex and seemingly random, suggesting high entropy. Yet its long-term stability and precise resonance suggest a deep underlying order, a state of very low entropy. An artificial probe would be a low-entropy system by design. A natural object ending up in such a state by chance is incredibly improbable. This informational tension is the core of the riddle. It's as if we found a book written in a language we don't understand, where the letters appear random but the grammar and syntax are perfectly, impossibly structured. The object is a physical message that seems to violate the expected rules of cosmic information, a sign that there is a deeper layer of language or code governing the universe that we have not yet begun to comprehend. Let us imagine a future in which we have solved the mystery. Perhaps a probe has arrived, sending back high-resolution images of a cratered, icy natural world, finally explaining its orbit through a complex but understandable history of gravitational encounters. Or perhaps it sends back images of a smooth, metallic, artificial surface, confirming our wildest speculations. In either case, the solution of the mystery would be a moment of both triumph and sadness. The triumph would be in the power of our science and curiosity to unravel such a profound riddle. The sadness would come from the loss of the mystery itself. The vast, open space for imagination would be closed, replaced by a set of known facts. This is the bittersweet nature of knowledge. We strive for it, we crave it, and yet, every question we answer means one less grand, beautiful question to wonder about. So let us cherish this present moment, this golden age of the mystery of the object. We are living in the heart of the story, in the chapter filled with suspense and possibility. The final page has not yet been written, and for now, anything, absolutely anything, is still possible. The object could be a cosmic impactor in slow motion. While we worry about asteroids that could impact Earth on a timescale of years or decades, the object's chaotic and unpredictable orbit could mean it is on a collision course with a planet in the inner solar system on a timescale of millions of years. Its high velocity and retrograde path would make such an impact thousands of times more energetic than the one that wiped out the dinosaurs. It would be a true planet-sterilizing event. In this view, the object is a future cataclysm that has already been set in motion. It is a Death Star in the making, not by design, but by the blind, indifferent probabilities of celestial mechanics. Its current, peaceful orbit is a temporary illusion, a long, slow fuse burning towards a devastating finale. This is a sobering thought, a reminder that the solar system is not a benign, clockwork machine, but a place of latent, unimaginable violence, and that the greatest threats to our existence may be the ones that take the longest to arrive. The object is a powerful symbol of the sublime. In philosophy, the sublime is an aesthetic quality that is characterized by vastness, power, and incomprehensibility, leading to a feeling of awe mixed with a pleasing sort of terror. Standing on the edge of the Grand Canyon, watching a powerful storm, or gazing at the night sky, these are sublime experiences. The object is the sublime, distilled to its purest form. It is unimaginably vast in its journey. Its origin is incomprehensibly deep in time, and its nature is profoundly powerful and mysterious. To contemplate it is to be overwhelmed, to feel our own smallness and fragility in the face of something so immense and so far beyond our grasp. But this feeling is not negative, it is expansive. It shatters the confines of our everyday ego and connects us to something larger than ourselves. The object is a gift, a cosmic catalyst for one of the most profound and elevating emotions a human being can experience: the beautiful, terrifying, and ultimately liberating feeling of the sublime. The object might be a targeted panspermia probe. Instead of randomly seeding life, an advanced civilization might first send a fleet of analytical probes to study young star systems. Once a habitable planet is identified, a second, seeder probe is dispatched. The object could be such a probe. It may have arrived in our solar system billions of years ago, identified Earth as a promising candidate, and then released its biological cargo, perhaps a carefully designed suite of extremophile bacteria, into the young planet's oceans. Its mission now complete, it has retired to a stable, out-of-the-way orbit to passively observe the results of its experiment. In this scenario, all life on Earth, including humanity, would be the direct descendant of an alien genesis. We would be the products of an ancient, cosmic agriculture. This would not diminish our own evolutionary story, but would place it within a much grander and more purposeful cosmic context. The object would be our ultimate ancestor, our silent, distant, and mechanical creator, a god in the machine in the most literal sense. As you lie in comfort, preparing for a night of deep and restful sleep, allow the story of the object to become a gentle lullaby. Let its vast, silent orbit be the rhythm that soothes your mind. Let the deep, cold darkness of the space it inhabits be a blanket of peace and tranquility, wrapping you in a profound sense of safety and stillness. The mysteries we have explored are not problems to be solved tonight. They are gentle, cosmic clouds for your mind to float upon as you drift away. There is a deep and abiding peace in the unknown, a serene beauty in a question that is vast enough to hold all of our dreams and all of our wonder. The object is a guardian of this peace. It is a silent, celestial sentinel, watching over our solar system and watching over your rest. Let go of the day, let go of your thoughts, and join it for a while on its endless, silent, and deeply peaceful journey through the beautiful, star-dusted night. Let us consider one final poetic possibility: that the object is the heart of a dead god. In ancient mythologies, the bodies of slain creator gods often form the substance of the universe. What if a precursor civilization, one so advanced it could engineer reality, met its end and its heart, its core consciousness, its central power source, was flung out into the cosmos? This heart, a dense, dark, and powerful relic, would be the object. It would no longer be alive, but it would still retain a faint echo of its former, divine power in its immense gravity and its strange, purposeful-seeming path. Its orbit would be a form of celestial memory, a final, fading thought form of a being that once dreamed galaxies into existence. To study it would be a form of cosmic archaeology of the soul, an attempt to understand the nature of a divine intelligence from its last cold and silent remains. It would be a testament to the ultimate truth that even gods can die, but that their magnificent, mysterious hearts may continue to wander the lonely cosmos forever. The search for the object and its true nature is, in essence, a search for context. As a species, we're like an individual who has woken up in a room with amnesia. We know we are here, but we don't know where we came from, how the room was built, or if there is anyone else in the house. Every discovery in astronomy and cosmology is a clue that helps us piece together our story. The object is one of the most profound clues we have ever found. It could be a piece of the room's architecture, a message slipped under the door, or a glimpse of the landlord. Whatever it is, it provides vital context for our own existence. It tells us something new about the house of the universe we find ourselves in. Is it old and empty? Is it full of strange machinery? Is it a place of random chance or deep purpose? The object does not give us the full answer, but it dramatically changes the scope of the question. It expands the room, darkens the corners, and fills the silence with a new and tantalizing whisper. The object's existence may be a subtle validation of the simulation's efficiency principle. If we are living in a computer simulation, the programmers would not waste computational resources on rendering parts of the universe that are not being observed. This is similar to how video games only render the parts of the world that the player is currently looking at. The outer solar system for most of history has been unrendered or simulated with very low fidelity. Now that we have built powerful telescopes and are looking there, the simulation has had to render that region in high detail for the first time. The object, with its strange, computationally expensive orbit, might be a sign that the simulation is being lazy. Instead of creating a whole, complex population of normal objects, it may have inserted one, very strange, procedurally generated object to create the illusion of complexity and mystery. It is a piece of cosmic set dressing, an interesting anomaly designed to keep the inhabitants of the simulation curious and engaged, without the immense computational cost of simulating a fully realistic outer solar system. As this journey draws to its final, peaceful close, let us rest on the idea of the object as a cosmic anchor. In a universe of constant change, of swirling galaxies and exploding stars, the object represents a point of deep, abiding stillness. Its motion is so slow, its environment so cold, its path so vast, that it is the closest thing to permanence we can observe. Allow your own consciousness to use it as an anchor. As thoughts or feelings drift through your mind, imagine them as passing clouds, while your core awareness remains fixed, calm, and steady, like the object on its eternal path. It is unmoved by the fleeting dramas of the inner solar system, and you can be unmoved by the fleeting dramas of your own mind. It is a point of stability in a chaotic cosmos, a silent, dark mountain in a sky of shifting clouds. By connecting with this sense of deep, unwavering stability, you can find your own center, a place of profound peace that exists beyond the surface noise of your thoughts. It is your own inner sanctuary, as vast, as silent, and as unshakable as the outer dark itself. The story of the object is, in the end, a story about the beauty of not knowing. We have explored a universe of possibilities, from the mundane to the magnificent, but the truth remains shrouded in the cold and the dark. And this is not a failure, it is a triumph. It is a triumph of the universe's ability to remain more subtle, more complex, and more grand than our most powerful theories. It is a triumph of the human spirit's ability to find joy not in the certainty of answers, but in the boundless freedom of the questions. The object is a cosmic poem, and its meaning is found not in a final, definitive interpretation, but in the infinite echoes it creates in a quiet, contemplative mind. And so let us leave it there, in its impossible orbit, in its perfect mystery. Let it be a silent, eternal guardian of our wonder. And as you finally drift into the peaceful, dreamless void of sleep, take with you not an answer, but a sense of profound and deeply calming awe. Let us explore the possibility that the object is a von Neumann probe, a self-replicating spacecraft. The idea, proposed by mathematician John von Neumann, is that a sufficiently advanced civilization could explore the galaxy by sending out a single seed probe. This probe would travel to a nearby star system, find raw materials such as asteroids, and build perfect copies of itself. These new probes would then launch themselves towards other star systems, and the process would repeat exponentially. In a relatively short amount of cosmic time, the entire galaxy would be saturated with these probes. The fact that we do not see them everywhere is a major component of the Fermi paradox. But what if the object is one such probe, in a dormant or malfunctioning state? Its purpose would not be to observe, but to replicate. Perhaps it arrived billions of years ago, before the solar system was fully formed, and its replication cycle was interrupted. It could be a failed seed, a sterile queen bee, or perhaps it is simply waiting for the right conditions or a specific trigger signal from its parent network to begin its work. This would make it not just a relic, but a sleeping industrial revolution. The object's strange path might be explained by the galactic tide. The Milky Way is not a uniform distribution of mass. It has spiral arms, a central bar, and a massive black hole at its core. As our solar system orbits the galactic center, it moves up and down through the plane of the galaxy, like a horse on a merry-go-round. This motion subjects the entire solar system to a varying gravitational pull from the rest of the galaxy, a force known as the galactic tide. While this force is incredibly weak, over billions of years it can have a significant effect on the loosely bound objects in the Oort cloud. It is believed to be the primary mechanism responsible for dislodging long-period comets and sending them towards the Sun. It is conceivable that a complex resonance between the galactic tide, the gravity of the giant planets, and a passing star could have sculpted the object's orbit, lifting it high out of the ecliptic plane. It would be a creature of the galaxy as much as a creature of the solar system, its path dictated not just by our Sun, but by the grand, slow breathing of the Milky Way itself. Let us consider the composition of the object from a metallurgic perspective. If it is the core of a shattered protoplanet, it would likely be composed primarily of iron and nickel, similar to the core of the Earth. However, under the immense pressures at the center of a large planet, these metals could be forced into exotic crystalline structures not found anywhere on Earth's surface. It might also be enriched with siderophile or iron-loving elements like gold, platinum, and iridium, which would have sunk to the core during planetary differentiation. If we could ever analyze a sample, it would be a geologist's dream, a direct piece of a planetary core. If it is an artificial object, its composition could be even more bizarre. It might be constructed from pure single-crystal diamond for durability, or from intricately woven carbon nanotubes. It could be made of elements that are stable but do not naturally occur in our solar system, or even from isotopes that have been precision-engineered for specific properties. Its very substance would be a message, a testament to a materials science so advanced it would be indistinguishable from magic. One of the most elegant natural explanations for the object is that it is a, quote, detached object, a member of a class of bodies in the outer solar system whose orbits are not significantly influenced by the gravity of Neptune. Objects like Sedna and 2012 VP-113 have orbits that take them hundreds of times farther from the Sun than Earth, far beyond Neptune's gravitational reach. Their existence is one of the primary pieces of evidence for the Planet 9 hypothesis, as something must be holding them in their distant orbits. The object could be the most extreme example of such a body ever found. Its bizarre inclination and retrograde motion could be the result of the same mechanism that detached it but amplified to an extreme degree. This could have been a close pass with a rogue star in the distant past, or the influence of the planet 9 Shepherd on a particularly unstable precursor orbit. In this view, the object is not a complete anomaly, but the far-flung, eccentric cousin of a known family of celestial objects. It is the king of the detached objects, a ruler of the desolate space beyond Neptune, its strange kingdom maintained by the gentle but persistent gravity of a planet we have not yet seen. The object's orbit might be a clue that it originated from a binary star system. Over half the stars in the galaxy are in binary or multiple star systems. Planet formation in such systems is complex and chaotic. The competing gravitational pulls of the two stars can easily eject planets, sending them wandering into interstellar space. A planet ejected from a binary system would likely have a highly eccentric and inclined orbit relative to its parent stars. If such a rogue were captured by our single sun, it would retain some of this memory of its chaotic upbringing and its orbital parameters. Its high inclination and retrograde motion could be a direct fossil record of the violent gravitational dynamics of its home system. This would make the object an incredibly valuable scientific prize. It would be our first sample of a planet born in a completely different stellar environment. By studying its composition and comparing it to our own planets, we could learn how the presence of a second star influences the ingredients and processes of planet formation, a crucial question in our quest to understand the diversity of worlds in our galaxy. The psychological impact of the object can be understood through the lens of the numinous. This term, coined by the philosopher Rudolf Otto, refers to an experience of overwhelming, awe-inspiring mystery that is both fascinating and terrifying. It is the feeling of being in the presence of something wholly other, something that transcends our normal categories of understanding. The object is a perfect trigger for the numinous. It is deeply mysterious, its origin and nature completely unknown. It is powerful, its gravitational influence shaping a vast region of space. And it is wholly other, its bizarre orbit setting it apart from everything familiar in our celestial neighborhood. Contemplating it can induce that unique blend of awe and trepidation, a feeling of being small and insignificant before a vast, incomprehensible presence. This is not a religious feeling in a traditional sense, but a deeper, more primal spiritual experience. It is the feeling of the human mind brushing up against the fundamental, sublime, and terrifying mystery of existence itself. The object is a doorway to the numinous, a dark portal floating at the edge of our world. Let us reconsider the Berserker probe hypothesis from a different angle: self-preservation. A probe designed to last for billions of years would need a robust defense mechanism. It might interpret any attempt to approach or interact with it as a potential threat. Its response might not be overt hostility, but a subtle, defensive maneuver. It could, for example, deploy a cloud of dust to obscure itself, or generate a powerful electromagnetic field to disable an approaching craft. It might even be programmed with a scorched earth policy. If its capture is imminent, it could self-destruct to prevent its technology from falling into the hands of a potentially hostile emerging civilization. This puts humanity in a delicate position. Our natural curiosity and desire to explore could be misinterpreted as aggression, triggering a defensive response we are not prepared to handle. The study of the object would require a new kind of cosmic diplomacy, a way of approaching it with extreme caution and demonstrating our peaceful intentions, lest our first attempt at a handshake is met with a devastating and final reflexive slap. Let us contemplate the perspective of geologic time, a framework that recasts the object's journey. On these scales, where a million years is but a moment, the solar system is a fluid, evolving place. The continents of Earth drift and collide, mountain ranges rise and fall, and ice ages come and go. In this context, the object's vast multi-millennial orbit is not slow. It is a rhythmic, pulsing beat in the deep, slow symphony of the cosmos. Each of its circuits marks the passage of an entire epoch of human history. When it was last at its closest point to the sun, perhaps our ancestors were just beginning to experiment with agriculture. The time before that, they may have been painting visions on cave walls. Its orbit is a celestial clock of immense scale, a silent chronicler of our own species, slow awakening. To study it is to become aware of our own fleeting position within this immense timeline. To see our bustling civilization as a brief, bright flicker against the backdrop of its patient, eternal and looping journey through the profound, silent depths of time. The object's existence forces a recalibration of our probability assessments. In science, events are often dismissed as too improbable to be seriously considered. However, the universe is a vast laboratory with trillions of star systems, all running experiments in parallel for billions of years. In such a context, even events with a 1 in a trillion chance per year per system become near certainties on a galactic scale. The improbable happens all the time. The capture of an interstellar object, the precise collision that creates a retrograde orphan, or even the arrival of an ancient probe might be statistically miraculous from our limited single-system perspective, but from a galactic viewpoint, they are bound to happen somewhere, sometime. The object may be our solar system's winning lottery ticket. It may be the one improbable thing that happened to us. This perspective is a powerful cure for cosmic arrogance. It reminds us that our experience is not the measure of all things, and that we should be cautious about dismissing possibilities simply because they seem too strange or too unlikely to happen in our own backyard. The universe is, by its very nature, the realm of the improbable made manifest. If the object is an artifact, it may have a dead man's switch. This is a mechanism that is triggered when a system stops receiving a regular signal. The probe could be in constant, low-level communication with its home base or a galactic network. This heartbeat signal confirms that its creator civilization is still active. If that signal were to cease for a prolonged period, implying the home civilization has been destroyed or has transcended, the probe's secondary protocol would activate. This protocol could be anything. It might broadcast its entire data library to the universe, a final testament to its fallen creators. It might activate a self-destruct sequence to prevent its technology from being misused. Or it might begin a new, pre-programmed mission, such as seeking out a new species to uplift or guide. The object's current, passive state would imply that, as far as it knows, its masters are still out there. Its continued silence is a sign of their continued existence. The day it does something unexpected might be the day we learn that another great light in the cosmos has just gone out. The object's unique orbit could be a long-term strategy for resource acquisition. While the outer solar system seems empty, the Oort cloud is believed to contain trillions of icy comets, rich in water and other volatile compounds. An autonomous probe designed for self-replication or long-term operation would need a way to harvest these resources. The object's highly inclined orbit, which slices through the spherical Oort cloud, is a far more effective net for encountering these scattered icy resources than an orbit confined to the flat ecliptic plane. It is a cosmic trawler, its path optimized to maximize its chances of encountering and harvesting these scattered icy resources over millions of years. Its non-Keplerian motion could be the result of a series of small, precise course corrections to intercept a particularly promising cometary nucleus. In this view, the object is not just a passive sentinel, but an active, patient forager, a celestial farmer tending to a vast, sparse, and frozen herd of comets, a testament to a technology that plans and operates on a truly geological timescale. The final and perhaps most beautiful possibility is that the object is simply a mystery, and that is its ultimate purpose. Perhaps the universe, by its very nature, generates these kinds of profound, unsolvable riddles. They may be a fundamental feature of reality, like gravity or light. They are a natural product of a cosmos that is infinitely complex and endlessly creative. The object's purpose is not to be a probe or a planet, but to be a wonder generator. It is a naturally occurring feature of the universe designed to provoke curiosity, to inspire awe, and to push intelligent life to expand its mental and technological horizons. It is a cosmic catalyst, a piece of celestial grit that creates the pearl of scientific and philosophical inquiry in any species fortunate enough to find it. It has no author, save for the universe itself, and its message is simple: look up, wonder, grow. And as you drift into a deep, dreamless sleep, let this thought be your final comfort. You live in a universe that wants you to be curious, a cosmos that loves a good mystery, and that has gifted you this one perfect, beautiful, and eternal question.